I won't take a minute to ask. I don't just support and try and help out those who dissent from the ridiculous belief of Christianity, the horrible idea of vicarious redemption. In other words, the idea that by watching another person suffer, an innocent person suffer, that you could be freed not just from your debts or your sins, but your responsibilities. You could cast your sins on a scapegoat. I don't just oppose that disgusting belief, but I oppose the Judaism from which it's plagiarized and the Islam that plagiarizes from it. And I give publicity and exposure whenever I can to those who were brave enough in old times to oppose this nightmarish belief. And one of the great opponents of the Islamic totalitarianism in ancient Persia was the great Omar Khayyam, perhaps the greatest poet of old Persia, whose Rubaiyat, I'm sure, is known at least to some of you. And my favorite verse of this comes from the Robert Le Gallienne translation, and it takes the form of a question. The quatrain is in the form of a question. It says, "And do you think that unto such as you, a maggot-minded, starved, fanatic crew, God gave a secret and denied it me? Well, well, what matters it? Believe that too."
Before Ice Cream and Mass Mirror ran away with 5 years of my life, someone close to me was dying a long, slow death by cancer over many years. One random day, texting the same friend who inspired Ice Cream, I tried to find a metaphor that might capture everything the experience was putting me through. And curiously, it was Eyes Wide Shut that flooded my mind. Dr. Bill's denial that something has died between he and Alice, his private anger at the thought of her leaving him, how he bargains for a way to return to what was, his depression realizing the failure of his mission not once, but twice, and his acceptance of the reality of that failure. I began to wonder, is Kubrick's sex movie really about grief? Two things before we get started. One, I owe a major debt of time saved on this one to the brilliant Juli Kearns, whose analysis probably shaved years off my own work this time. We don't always reach the same conclusions, but credit is highly deserved to her pioneering work decoding the mind of Kubrick. So, as sorry as I am to have kept those of you waiting this long, it would have been a lot longer or a lot less complete without Kearns' giant shoulders from which to gaze. And two, if you haven't seen my other videos, I have 3 core techniques of analysis you need to know about. Identifying the artworks that appear in his backgrounds can tell us something about the other scenes. Here's Mentmore by Christiane Kubrick, Stanley's wife, hovering over a Christmas tree, standing in a ring of presents. And here's Mentmore Towers, with this red cloak figure standing in a ring of wrapped up ladies. What's the connection? Let's find out, in part by looking for other recurring symbol codes, which can sometimes appear in multiple scenes or sometimes involve every scene. Like how there's 2 patterns to the way the red cloak dismisses the 11 ritual ladies. The first 4 go in this arcing pattern, him going side to side, avoiding the Magpie feather lady, but after a brief cutaway from the ritual floor, we return to find that Magpie lady has shifted over to the other 7 who remain, and now the red cloak is dismissing them one by one, in this counterclockwise pattern. Why? Well, that brings me to the last technique. When viewed forwards and backwards simultaneously, Kubrick's films reveal synchronicities of meaning that would otherwise escape notice. I call this the mirror form. It's similar to the literary technique known as chiastic structure, examples of which are found throughout the Abrahamic holy books. What the mirror form gives us is not a broad up and down of recurring themes, but a second-by-second way of comparing opposite sides of the story. The exact middle of the movie is the fourth dismissing pound of the red cloak's staff. So the arc pattern and clock pattern get very neatly divided and reflect over one another. Seeing them in tandem helps us realize that the third woman ordered to leave has magically returned and will now be the eighth to leave. Might that have something to do with how the mannequin at Rainbow Fashions, first seen in the third position, magically transports into the eighth as Bill and Millich approach the Rainbow Room? Might her black dress have something to do with the red coat officer who takes her place in the next shot? And might it all have something to do with the Statue of Liberty, a New York icon that happens to stand atop the world's most famous 11-pointed star? If this doesn't sound like your kind of jam, I thought I should warn you, the remainder won't deviate from these three principles. And to any skeptical Scullies out there, I'm more on your side than you may realize. Kubrick may not be, but I am. It's true, I've had my hypotheses upended by new discoveries enough times to never feel 100% certain I'm reading the signs right. I wish I was coming to you with every background painting ID'd, every symbol language codified, every mirror moment autopsied to completion. But sometimes life is too short not to publish your findings. If we had to wait for each reality of natural science to be perfectly understood before we spoke about it, I wonder if we'd speak at all. If The Shining seemed like a chaotic storm of information, Eyes Wide Shut is almost like chaos itself. The hell of having to explain it in a simple, progressive, linear sequence is that almost everything about it is easier to process once you know how it connects with the other code groups. Even with my 3 techniques, even after I felt like I'd cracked his other films, I found myself at the start feeling a bit like a newborn, wondering, is this all going to come together at some point? So let's start with a relatively simple code group that emerges from Bill's taxicab license plates. The best way to compare these codes, it turns out, is by looking at the distance between each letter or number in each code. M is 3 letters away from P, and 4 is 2 digits away from 6, so 7M96 and 7P94 make 0302. The other 2 combos make these codes. By the time I was figuring this out, I already had numerous clues involving a 302, but we'll come back to that in a minute. The 2 odd rides, the 7th and 4th, mark Bill going to check up on the fates of Amanda and Nick, the 2 people who come up again during his confrontation with Ziegler. Some will know that when I see number codes like these, I look at what's happening at the corresponding time code in the mirror form. So, 2041 seconds goes to Bill's HIV reaction, across from Alice confessing,
"He wanted me, even if it was only for one night." I was ready to give up everything. You.
Then 2343 seconds is Bill telling Marion her dead father was
He was a very brave man.
Across from him booty calling her 24 hours later. And 302 is one of my favorite overlays, actually, of Alice downing a flute of champagne.
Honey, I desperately need to go to the bathroom.
While the bubbles from this bubble gun seem to swirl around inside her. What do these 3 overlays have in common? Death would be the big thing, but I think we can be more specific and say it's HIV/AIDS. First, we have Bill realizing what a night in Domino might have cost him, across from Alice confessing a similar impulse. Then we have Bill actively trying to arrange for just such a transgression, across from him in a room with a man who may have died of AIDS, with his oxygen tank and IV drip there. And finally, we have Alice on her urgent mission to prime her mind for the encounter with the dapper Hungarian. How many of us, fearing a chance encounter with any deadly, easily transmittable disease, have pictured something just like this? The silent, violent chemicals swirling around in us like bubbles, a waltz of invisible evil. The code that takes us to the HIV news itself comes from combining the taxi that brings him to get that news and the taxi that brings him to discover Amanda's death. Alternatively, we could look at these numbers for the other kind of time code and find the second the Harford lovemaking fades to black. The moment Alice is asking if Bill had sex with the two girls at Ziegler's party, and Ziegler beginning to eye-fuck Alice herself.
Alice, look at you. God, you're absolutely stunning.
Oh.
And I don't say that to all the women, do I?
Yes, he does.
Oh, he does.
So it seems we have another creation versus destruction combo on our hands, courtesy of a car called the Chevy Caprice. Perhaps because Bill needs to learn a thing or two about the capricious way life has of shifting between good and evil, between contentment and suffering, between safety and peril. We're not quite ready for everything there is to say about these two, but I think it's worth going deep on 302s up front. They recur all over the film's architecture, some subtler than others, like when Bill goes to Rainbow Fashions for the first time. There's a glowing sign behind his head that reads Eros. It reminds us of the statue in that first 302 moment, the love of angels, which resembles several statues depicting the Greek myth where the god of love and sex, Eros, is allowed to revive his mortal lover's Psyche and transform her into the immortal goddess of the soul. This could make a nice metaphor for Bill's story. Alice's confession convinces him that his old concept of their relationship has died. In fact, it's interrupted by news of a physical death. But something propels him on this mystical journey to see if their union can be rejoined. Is Bill the love god descending to save Alice's mind and soul? Or might it even be her mind saving his love? Now notice that Eros appears as a reflection in the Rainbow Fashions window, running down the front of this magician fellow. 3R02. And I thought, that's it. That's what all the 302s are about. They're about love, about Eros. But, surprise, surprise, it runs even deeper than that. Because if we subtract the R and flip the 302 back around, we're left with Eos. And that's the name of the Greek goddess of the dawn, whose Roman counterpart was named Aurora, who happens to share a name with Sleeping Beauty, the doll who appears behind the lovers as they prepare for their night on the town. And wasn't she also revived by true love's kiss? Aurora is also the name given to the Magpie mask by its real-life creator, so it would seem that the very middle of Bill's story marks the moment the Red Cloak sends Sleeping Beauty on a different sort of kissing mission. Then, when Bill goes on his rescue mission, the license plate on the Somerton car reads BQR, which happens to spell the Hebrew word boker, meaning dawn or morning. The number values for BQR are 2, 100, 200, or 302, added together. The fact that this ancient Hebrew number would end up becoming, by way of modern Arabic numerals, the red rum version of the English way of writing the ancient Greek, Eos, and that both symbols would end up meaning the dawn, is truly a giant coincidence. There's nothing more to say about it before you end up sounding like a spooky molder. But it's a coincidence that Kubrick seems to want us thinking about as Bill stands around at sunset, searching for his lost Aurora. And throughout most of his search, actually, since the two taxis that form this code appear in the same shot multiple times, including the return trip to Rainbow Fashions, when the Eros Eos sign is blotted out by the cold light of day. Or consider the 300-second shot of the film, where Bill watches a woman who vaguely resembles the model Gale getting plowed by the Green Goblin Mask Man, before we fade into a room where he sees this woman, who very much resembles the other model, Nuala, engaged in some kind of sapphic massage party. Those girls wanted to take him
Where the rainbow ends.
Where the rainbow ends.
But rainbows don't end at dawn. They start at dawn. Rainbows end at dusk. Anyway, in the first shot of those two taxis, there's a ghost sign in the village reading 4440, which is the exact second that shot 302 fades into shot 303. And 4440 seconds is 74 minutes exactly, or 114, if you like. Now, remember how the two odd cabs were the 7th and the 4th of Bill's cab rides? Well, that's because 74 is even more important than 302, but let's stop there for now. I've basically made my point. We start out trying to decode 3 license plates, and they end up connecting us to infectious diseases, death, love, resurrection, time codes, ancient myths, modern fairy tales, rainbows, the sunrise, and a night in Gale. The taxicab code is a cool hub for better understanding all these subtexts, but it looks like gibberish all on its own. So, what do? Do I crisscross around and re-explain myself as need be, or do I try to find some sequential revelation that works best? How can we bring order to this chaos of patterns? Let's return to Somerton's two rituals, the arc and the clock. Look closely at the 4 shots of the 11 women before they unrobe, and you'll notice that thanks to Aurora and these two being discernible from every angle, that people seem to be shifting around already. So, really, we had some chaos even before the middle gave the women their new order. And while the masks were giving us something to anchor meaning upon, it's the red cloak booming them away in the arc and clock patterns that imbues a definitive order. Now that we have a sense of what numbers would apply to all 11 masks, we can go back into the chaos portion and see if these numbers tell us something we couldn't see before. Like the 8th arc 9th clock woman is the only woman to cross her hands during the prayer part. Or how the 3 headpieces identifiable from any angle are always 3 and 2 bodies apart. Is that another boker? Which brings our attention to the fact that we never see all 11 women from the front during the chaos part of the ritual, so even with this number order, we can't quite be sure who's always where at what time. And you might think, yes, but we can see how tall the women are during the other part, so maybe we can be sure. But Kubrick thought of that too, because the first mask to be boomed away, whom I call Blue Heart, returns to become the final girl of the clock formation, only now she's a brunette. And then she's magically the 7th woman to leave the circle in what becomes a 3rd formation, the exiting hall, and with a different haircut. So sadly, we can never be completely sure of who's who in the dreamy chaos, and I think that's important. This is not about the triumph of order over chaos. It's about order's role in making chaos bearable. As for their order leaving the ritual, I hate to oversimplify this, but basically forensic evidence means we know this much for sure. Then there happens to be 3 interesting options for how we can assign the rest, but my videos will only cover the one where the first 4 to leave in the hall order are the 9th, 10th, 6th, and 2nd to leave in the arc order. When you add all these together, they make 29,016, which is 91,062 if you were to spin it like a pinwheel. Rotational symmetry. But also, every number in this order has an arithmetical relationship to another number from the list. Pharaoh plus solid gold equals golden rainbow. Aurora minus deep blue equals Pharaoh, and so on. The one exception would seem to be the 3 biggest numbers, except that they happen to all add to a number that had been on my mind for years by the time I was discovering this. When we get there, see if you're as stunned as I was that it should come from adding green swirl, third eye, and omega. By the way, you may want to quibble with the names, which are my invention, though I think you can usually see why I went there. In some cases, as I learned more, like with Aurora, the name changed. Green swirl will change before we're through. Anyway, order alone isn't especially comforting. Stalin's paranoid communist regime had order, and woe to those who stepped out of line. What's comforting is the meaning that becomes derivable from that order. And the Somerton ritual's meaning is not the sole property of Somerton. Recall the 3-8 connection between the women and these mannequins, and the red-black association they share with the Somerton attendees. And aren't the 3 and 8 balls in a game of pool red and black? But before we go deep on Ziegler's balls, let me make another vast concept comically simple. Doesn't this 3-8 woman have hair that looks just like Alice's at times? Or even more like the hair of the woman outside nipped in the bud? A flower shop with an insignia that looks like a giant egg cracked in half, and which comes to sync up with a circular wreath as Bill passes. It's the first thing Bill sees during his Greenwich wanderings, perhaps because he already knows the union between him and Alice has cracked. At work, he surrounds himself with artworks from a movement called Orphism, which ties back to something called the Orphic egg, from which sprang the deities Phanes and Eros, the gods of creation and love, respectively. Phanes is sometimes equated with Greek mythology's Jesus figure Bacchus, who is seen in this painting at the orgy a few seconds after that 74-minute 3:02 moment. The point, though, is that this cosmic egg, world egg, Orphic egg concept appears in many, many cultures, and though the egg had to crack to release the gods who would create everything we enjoy in life, the 2 resulting halves end up symbolizing the land and sky. Things we need to remain fused, so everything we enjoy in life doesn't go spiraling off into lifeless space. It reminds of how, when Bill enters the death chamber of Lou Nathanson, the first artwork he passes shows the Bucentaur on Ascension Day. Venice is considered a city of land and sea, and this ship was taken out on Ascension Day, 40 days after Easter, to perform the Marriage of the Sea ritual, where the Duke would ride out and drop a marriage ring into the sea as an expression of Venice's maritime dominance.
Do you remember last summer at Cape Cod?
Yes.
Do you remember one night in the dining room, there was this young naval officer, and he was sitting near our table with 2 other officers?
No.
This was a 1,000-year-old practice, disrupted when Napoleon destroyed the Bucentaur as a symbol of his victory in conquering Venice. And isn't Bill terrified that Alice could ever be so fickle as to leave their 9-year marriage and their 7-year-old daughter for one night with just such a naval officer? At the moment, Alice is between jobs.
I'm looking for a job. I used to manage an art gallery in Soho, but it went broke.
What a shame.
She goes but for the grace of Bill's doctor job and their marriage. So is he the sea nourishing her land with drink? Or is he the rock upon which her sea laps lovingly? It's an important distinction because Bill is either afraid of being outmatched by a superior younger man of the waves, or if he's the land to Alice's sea, her fantasy might be one of self-love. The sea can do just fine without the land, thank you very much. For the record, Bill seems to be able to resist women in shades of green, while being swiftly aroused by figures in blue. I would hazard a guess this makes him a man of the earth. So that's 2 arcs in a circle, 2 arcs and an oval, 2 arcs and an iris? Aurora's aerial view of the ritual floor will make the interrogation scene look like a giant red-nosed mask. But during the ritual, we have these 2 arcs of black cloaks like eyelids, watching a kind of iris ring of women, and a red cloak pupil, if you will. Eye wide open. Actually, before we get back to the ritual, there's one other 2 arcs in a circle to touch on. The ancient Hebrew thing is no small matter, so while I was looking into the meaning behind menorahs, like the one in the window of Naomi's nails, that I discovered how the menorah God instructs Moses to make in Exodus 25 features the word bud to describe the tops of the 6 branches. The Hebrew word is kaftor. Nipped in the bud means to stop something before it starts, or before it gets out of control. To nip the Orphic egg's bud would mean to stop existence before it started, and to nip a menorah's buds would be to extinguish its light. So if the menorah is the land half of our Abrahamic world egg, what would be the sky half? Mightn't it be the rainbow? The thing God is said to have put in the sky to symbolize the covenant that he would never raise the bloody seas again so high that life on earth would be reduced to a few hundred male-female binaries milling about in a wooden ark. Is this what it means to go where the rainbow ends? To go to that place where unions and covenants are made and broken? What's in that place? Why would one want to go there? We'll come back to that. For now, we've seen that there's something comforting in making order out of chaos. And to be sure, there's much more to say about the meaning behind all of Milich's other mannequins, not to mention how certain of the ritual women turn up later in the orgy. But there's a wrinkle I didn't divulge yet. There's 11 women in the ritual ring, while Milich's gallery has 12 mannequins. I wasn't quite sure what to make of this until I remembered that the rug from Milich's Rainbow Room is also in the Harford bedroom library. This is why I thought to count the number of Christiane Kubrick paintings that appear in the Harford bedroom. If you hadn't heard, Stanley's wife Christiane and daughter Katerina are very talented artists themselves, and he wove 3 of Katerina's and at least 33 of Christiane's works into the film. 11 of Christiane's appear inside the bedroom, thanks to the first and second paintings we see magically swapping with the 9th, 10th, and 11th ones we see. A 12th piece can be seen, but it's out in the hall, looking in. Perhaps because there is a 12th person commanded to get naked on the ritual square. Bill. When he's saved from doing so, it's by the woman who would have been 11th in the arc pattern, which would make them the 2 flamenco dancers. She ends up being the 5th to stand in the clock pattern, and so makes Bill the 5th man chosen from the clock and the 5th man led down the hall. And since that happens after the middle of the film, we're brought to wonder if Bill was always going to be kiss-selected by the fifth woman, or if he was always going to be selected by Aurora. Either way, it would seem Bill is being saved by a marriage of sorts. The fifth painting to appear is one of the few you can't find online, or in the book of her collected works, but features a white tent out in a garden, reminding of a marriage ceremony. While the 11th to appear is called Still Life in Ireland. Is that because the red-headed Amanda Curran died for Bill's sins, her Irish life stilled? A woman who was pretty still while under the gaze of Hillside at Ballinatre, showing a location in Ireland just downriver from where the opening of Barry Lyndon was filmed. Then notice this one of Magpies, seen in conjunction with Guy Fawkes' Party, an English celebration on the 5th day of the 11th month, where they roast an effigy of a guy who tried to blow up the House of Lords in 1605. Alice only thought of blowing up the Harford marriage, but when her plot failed,
I was relieved.
it's only after Bill witnesses the dreamy martyrdom of this 11-5 figure that Alice seems to realize her earlier confession was its own form of betrayal.
And I felt ashamed.
You may also be realizing, hey, shouldn't this make Bill a 12-5-5 or a 5-5-12? Yes, indeed, it should. I find 1255 the more interesting for a variety of reasons, and we can start with how it's part of these equations, while 5512 doesn't arithmetic its way into any of the others, which sort of implies that Bill has more in common with these women than he realizes. And doesn't it mean that Bill lifts the grand total out of rotational symmetry from 29,016 to 30,271? That number happens to be an emerp, a prime that is a prime number forwards and backwards, so mirror form symmetry. It's also the 3274th prime, which reminds of a certain skew number from The Shining, but it also reminds of the 30274 moment. Perhaps that's because Bill was always as good as being part of the ritual. There's a lot more to be said about this, but for now, I just want to isolate the fact that as Aurora selects Bill and heads away with him, she may already realize that him plus her equals 2410, a jumble of one of our taxicab HIV numbers. It's also a jumble of dividing Pharaoh by third eye, while the code shows up precisely when we divide Aurora by Isis, the woman whose number 5 spot Aurora was taking, and who was supposedly played by the real Amanda Curran. And yes, Green Swirl, of which Earthling Bill is a mere fraction, is herself a jumble of the code. And it also happens to be referenced when Bill meets Domino.
Excuse me. Do you know what time it is?
12:10.
We don't usually call this 2410, but we could. And then we could realize that Aurora arrives in front of Bill at exactly 30:21 from him giving Domino the time, which would make this 40:21 past 12. But wait, I hear you say, didn't we see 1:55 a.m. on the front face of Mentmore? Yes, indeed we did. And the playing of Nick's song without interruption would imply that this was exactly 1 minute 11 seconds after 2, just as the opposite moment, which is of the Red Cloak's staff booming away the first woman, Blueheart, would be 2 a.m. exactly.
Playing somewhere else tonight?
They only get started there around 2.
Might this be why Bill learns of Domino's HIV at 2 hours into the film?
I think it would be only fair to you to let you know that she got the results of a blood test this morning, and it was HIV positive.
Might we learn something more by watching these sections of the film in tandem? Well, when we get to how complex this gets, you're going to laugh.
HIV positive.
Yeah.
Or have an aneurysm. I'm not sure. I'll try to help us all avoid an aneurysm.
She got the results of a blood test this morning, and it was HIV positive.
But since I mentioned Naomi's nails, notice that the phone number there ends in 3311. In seconds, that would take us to 5511, which is right beside 5512. 2 out of 6 seconds where we have virtually identical shots of the Sonata Cafe on either side of the film. Nighttime, when Nick Nightingale is home, and the time code is a backward Aurora code. And daytime, when he and Aurora are never to be seen again. So maybe when we see Naomi show up in later analyses, we can realize that there's an inherent link between that name and the Aurora code. I should mention that these numbers connect to interesting demarcation points in the film, most of which land within Ziegler's party. Only Bill and Green Swirl land outside it. Omega is so late, it lands between where the first two are on the front side. But it's a bit more complex than that, actually. The proper film starts after 34 seconds of opening credits, so, for instance, we could go 244 seconds into the film file, which would only be 210 seconds into the proper film. Or we could go 244 into the proper film and land on the 278 mark. One thing that I think signs off on why we should goes back to the positions of the Omega mask. But before I explain that, I have to tell you how, because of the exact position of the film's middle, each second doesn't reflect back over 1 second, but over 2 opposing seconds. So 244 seconds back from the end of the film, 149.33, mirrors over both 278 and 277 seconds. As a result, we could say it's either 28 or 29 seconds from there to where the Omega mask lands when we go back 8,911 seconds from the end of the film and land on 306. Omega's other point, then, mirrors back over 340 and 339, which is 49 or 50 from where the first of Solid Gold's numbers lands. That was a long explanation for something that will seem minor at the moment, but if we were to give Bill's mask a name, we might call it the 49 Diamonds, 29 Pearls mask. So I thought it was kind of incredible that these numbers would show up in this way, thanks to the mirror form. With the added fact that it comes from Omega, mirroring back over the start of the film, dividing Pharaoh from Solid Gold. Now notice that Green Swirl's numbers take her to a moment in and out of Somerton, at what would be 2,030 seconds after that midnight we were thinking about. And yes, the inverse of part of the taxicab code. Or to 12:31 into the Somerton experience, 2:07:31 a.m. A 32:71 jumble. While 2:07:31 into the film proper is Bill learning Amanda's time of death.
She died this afternoon.
Yes, at 3:45 p.m. I'm sorry.
As for Bill's order moment, it marks him saying the name of Nicole Kidman's real-life mother.
Please ask Janelle if she'll bring me my coffee. Sure. Thank you.
While a shape passes over Victor's lips that we'll be coming back to later in a big way. I'll let whatever your opinion of Sigmund Freud is answer why we should be connecting Nicole Kidman's mother with Tom Cruise's 4929 mask. Oh, and since I mentioned that backward 0302, a backward 2343 can be arrived at by subtracting Lotus from Green Swirl. So we seem to have something of a taxi code hat trick in this lady, if only in backwards and jumbles. Going back to the other masks, Aurora's takes us to exactly 2 seconds before we would jump out of Ziegler's party. Her number would have had to be 11:57 to hit the jump precisely. Some of you will recall this is an important number across the Stanleyverse, which I've dubbed the nymph transition, in part for the way it always has to do with the world of the characters making a leap from a kind of ignorance to a kind of increased awareness. Or there's the mask of the real Amanda Curran, which lands at the exact moment Bill leaves Ziegler's for good, and we go to our best look at the 4929 mask. Believe it or not, there's even something to be said about the third eye mask, which lands 14 minutes, 45 and a half seconds after the end of the film, which I think gives us license to go exactly that far back into the film, to land on 2/1851. This is the moment Ziegler's hand reveals the purple 4 ball after blocking it for a second, and then apologizing for calling Amanda a hooker.
Sorry, but that's what she was.
Remember how Green Swirl can be thought of as a composite of those other 6 masks? That made me wonder what remains from 30,271 when you extract those 2 4210 clumps. It's 21,851, which is technically 14 minutes, 46 seconds to the end of the film, which again some of you will recall as an important jumble from Kubrick's other films. But yeah, Third Eye has this way of folding back on itself to equal the same number as Isis, plus Blue Heart, plus Aurora, plus Omega, plus Third Eye. There's a lot more I could say and will say about these numbers, but I'm going to put a pin in that for now because we've got a long way to go still. And those of you who make it there are going to realize I could have saved some confusion by telling you first what I think Somerton is, but we're still in the chaos portion of my own creation here, so bear with me. Right, so now we have at least 3 of these 12 codes through which to thread whatever meanings arise from the symbols. But why 12? I suspect it has something to do with CMB, which one clever analyst linked with the phrase Christus mansionem benedicat, something people chalk on their doors to mark the Epiphany, which comes at the other end of the 12 days that follow the birth of Christ, themselves holy days, and which begin with St. Stephen's Day, December 26th, also called Wren Day, because St. Stephen became a saint thanks to a noisy wren giving away his position in a bush. And Epiphany comes from the Greek word epiphaneia, which was used to signify the appearance of first light at dawn. Stop the Epiphany. Stop the dawn. Who would want to stop Aurora? To stop night from becoming day again? Might it be the same person responsible for why Domino may never be coming home again? I've been calling the second ritual pattern the clock pattern, but we could also think of it as the domino arrangement, each woman falling into the next. While Domino's dress strongly resembles purple sand falling through an hourglass.
Don't worry. I don't keep track of the time.
Others have noted that her Christmas tree looks substantially different between the 2 visits, rougher when it's Sally answering. Was there a struggle? Did Domino's dreamy doppelganger at the orgy fail to fully ensnare Bill's interests? Maybe that put her in a Guy Fawkes position of her own. Not to mention spreading the AIDS virus to all those upper-class Ziegler types. It would seem a price was paid. But can we be sure she was involved? The best link I know of, or the easiest to relate quickly, is her coat being made of summer ermine fur. Milich's daughter whispers in Bill's ear that he should have a cloak lined with ermine. And summer sounds like Somerton, which has a giant tapestry of an ancient king at its entrance, but we'll come back to that. What this roughed up tree draws our attention away from is the fact that there's a blue circular rug with two inner rings, like a bullseye, on the floor that gets shifted between the two scenes. With Domino, it shows a square of window light bisecting the three circles of the rug's design. With Sally, the light square now seems to trap the center circle symmetrically. The ritual, meanwhile, takes place on a red square rug with a circle of light placed symmetrically in the middle of it. It first appears to Bill opposite the appearance of Domino's doppelganger. We're not quite ready to confront the full nature of these inverting environments, but it does seem like the dreaminess of Somerton is being contrasted with the sobering reality of these sex workers. What's important to note here is how the bisected circle with Domino suggests the bilateral symmetry of the arc pattern. Then the squared circle with Sally could suggest the rotational symmetry of the domino clock pattern. In other words, we have a secondary inversion. When Domino is missing, the domino pattern is invoked. When Sally is missing, the arc pattern is invoked. If you're wondering about the connection between Sallies and arcs, the name Sally is a variation of Sarah, famously the wife of Abraham, born 11 generations after the ark building Noah, though, strangely, some ancient sources give Noah's wife as having been Emzara, a name meaning mother of Sarah. So not only do the environments contrast, but these two women contrast. As do the two scenes in their apartment, entered almost 24 hours apart.
Excuse me. Do you know what time it is?
12:10.
Bill goes there right after leaving his office where he works with a Sarah.
Good morning, Sarah.
Morning, Doctor.
And this Sarah is holding a copy of the same 1993 issue of Time magazine that happens to be sitting in Ziegler's pool room.
Come on. It was always going to be just a matter of time with her.
Don't worry. I don't keep track of the time.
The first and second of 12 Christmas cards that appear on the entrance side of Domino's kitchen also appear in that office, while the third and eighth to appear repeat inside the bedroom. The 12th to appear disappears between the two scenes, and it features an image of a large Christmas tree. It's stuck to the wall beside a shaker of Comet brand cleaning powder. When Bill returns, the tree is gone, and now there's two Comet shakers. Christmas trees are considered symbolic of the Tree of Paradise, aka the Tree of Life, like the Tree of Life on Domino's bedspread, a tree that doesn't appear during Bill's return trip, as though he's being barred from re-entering a certain paradise. The star atop them is considered symbolic of the Star of Bethlehem, which in turn is thought to have taken its historic inspiration from Halley's Comet after its appearance in 12 BCE. It's one possibility of a few. Either way, there's the comets in stories, and there's the comets of reality. And this vanishing Christmas tree may be suggesting how the comet of myth is no longer the only comet in the game of modern life. Science has arrived, and it divides things into fantasy on one side and reality on the other. My read on this, since Bill is the 12th figure from the ritual square, is basically that Bill is no longer the center, no longer the Jesus, no longer the hero of his own story. Why I think that will take time to unfold. So, the last set of 12 to consider is perhaps the hardest to detect, first heard when Bill returns to the ritual square. This is Musica Ricercata by Gheorghe Ligeti, and it's the film's most recurring theme, appearing 4 times.
Please, come forward.
We only ever hear part 2 of the composition, which has 11 movements. The first movement is composed entirely of 2 tones, A and D, from the 12-tone chromatic scale. The second movement is comprised of 3 tones, F, F sharp, G. The third movement of 4 tones, the fourth of 5 tones, and so on, building like a pyramid, until the final movement lets us enjoy the complete rainbow of chromatic sound.
May I have the password, please?
Ligeti wrote the piece as a protest song against communist rule in his native Hungary, calling it a knife in Stalin's heart. And we can imagine why. However adept humans may be at adapting to constrained living circumstances, we're bad at telling ourselves we only hear the tones that are good tones, only see the colors that are the good colors, only feel the feelings that are good feelings. At some point, whatever we're trying to repress comes out. Whatever we're trying to idealize,
Outstanding, Private Pyle. I think we finally found something that you do well.
faces reality. Bill would like to think he has no reason to compete for Alice's love, that marriage has assured he isn't simply this year's gold to next year's silver or bronze. But as Ligeti's 3-note masterpiece returns and returns, it comes with this reminder. Hierarchies may be cruel and evil at times, but to deny they exist is to deny the music of reality. Whatever we might say about performance-enhancing tricks, someone does win the gold. Whatever your thoughts on wealth redistribution, you probably don't think it's a good thing that inherited wealth is transforming democracies around the world into feudalistic oligarchies and plutocracies. It may be comforting on an individual level to find your sweet spot and pretend the rest doesn't matter. But to act like class differences aren't real, to act like Domino's apartment couldn't fit inside Ziegler's bathroom, isn't just impolite, it's ignorant, and could make you a servant to the injustice. But yeah, isn't it amazing how we started with order forming out of chaos, only to find that these orders are made of symbol languages that have become so complex that now they seem like a new kind of chaos. There was a while where I thought that language itself was the core of Eyes Wide Shut, since that's what Kubrick seems to be doing constantly and boundlessly, building and interweaving all these little code languages. But to what end? We're starting to get the language. What's the message? Well, did you ever wonder what really happened to Amanda Curran? Yeah, I know Bill says this name he's never heard before as if it rhymes with urine, but I sometimes like to say Quran as in sounds exactly like Quran. Because when we first meet her, she's surrounded by fragments of bricks from the outside of mosques, as collected by the German Orientalist Friedrich Sahre in the early 20th century. Or we could consider how the place where she seems to die for Bill's sins was purchased in 1863 by the last ruler of the Sikh Empire, Maharaj Dulip Singh, after his exile from the Islam-dominated region, and remodeled by him to better resemble the Mughal palaces of his former empire. So when the Jewish Ziegler, the waspish Dr. Bill, and Amanda Curran first meet, it's a bit like a Sons of Abraham jamboree, with son number 1 getting to lord over son number 3's inexperience, despite the fact that son number 2 just saved everybody's bacon.
I can't thank you enough for this. You saved my ass.
I realize some will see this as a father and his 2 kids, And, fair enough. And with that provocative setup, let me now wander back into number games. About she, who was 5th, like Bill, but becomes 6th, like Golden Rainbow was. Not ultimately the garden tent, but this 6th painting called View from the Kitchen Sunset. Bill may have wanted to go where the rainbow ends, but he wound up where it begins. Amanda kiss-selects a man in a sort of golden domino mask at the other end of Bill's rainbow. Domino the sex worker lives in apartment 3, about the size of Ziegler's bathroom, where she also has a bathtub in the middle, with a single golden slipper in it. While mannequin number 6 is a 1920s flapper with only one red slipper. Fun fact, the term flapper, before it applied to this style of dress, meant either a very young sex worker or a very lively teenage girl. Because you would want a word that meant both those things interchangeably, wouldn't you? So Aurora, having gone from the 11th to the 5th position, from the flamenco dancer to the Pierrot clown, somehow knows to kiss-select Bill before engaging in a very knowing conversation with him. Putting aside the number games from before, how did she recognize him as an outsider? By his smell? Or was it when their eyes linked up during that kiss? This would be hard to explain even if she was definitely Amanda, and not Cate Blanchett, who we now know to have provided her voice. So if Aurora is not Amanda Curran, how can this conversation make sense? Unless she's either a product of Bill's imagination in a magic dream reality, or some kind of projection of the real Amanda. There is a third option, and it brings us back to Ziegler's balls. When Bill comes calling on his old pal Victor at the end, he's only just broken the rainbow-colored pyramid of balls, having sunk none. All 16 balls are in view, 120 points worth, and he's aiming to put the 7 ball in the side pocket when Bill interrupts. As he goes to answer the door, he places his cue down in such a way that it divides one ball from every other, the solid green, 6. In Islam, green is considered the holiest color, the color of paradise, and again is the one that seems to be most akin to our man of the earth, Bill Harford. Ziegler doesn't seem to want this ball mixing with the other balls. He wants it all to himself, all to the pool cue growing out of his crotch here.
It's a little bit awkward.
Now, it would obviously take a while to cover every possible individual meaning that numbers 1 through 15 have in the film, and why. Or how the associated balls appearing at key moments can tell us things about the associated dialogue. Like when the subject of Nick's bruise comes up, a certain 8-ball creeps into view.
Okay, he had a bruise on his face. That's a hell of a lot less than he deserves. Listen, Bill, I don't think you realize what kind of trouble you were in last night.
And it's true that Domino and Sally live in apartment 3. But Nick is also playing at the Sonata Cafe, whose address is 3 Glover Street. So it seems key that Nick's fate would be debated while the 3-ball lingers perilously close to the corner pocket.
Now look, I know what the desk clerk told you. But what he didn't tell you is all they did was put Nick on a plane to Seattle.
A whisper would knock him in, though the cue ball would be careful not to fall along with him.
I recommended that little cocksucker to those people, and he's made me look like a complete asshole.
The name Ziegler is German for brickmaker. Q, brickmaker. Q, brickmaker. Notice, too, how Ziegler was played by a famous director, Sidney Pollack, and fans of the source novel, Tram Nouvelle, will recall that the character of Ziegler is the most glaring addition to the story. Ziegler also happens to be the name of the woman who operated the camera that shot the film, Elizabeth Ziegler. So it seems we have a male and a female shaping the narrative. But I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Let's get back to these Ziegler balls. I guess we've already talked a lot about 1 through 12, so what about 13 to 15? There aren't many open references to these numbers. But part of the reason I see Alice associated to 5 is that she first appears in the film's 5th shot. The black and red Zieglers first appear in the film's 13th shot, and Nick Nightingale in the 14th. That could mean that Nick and Amanda, our gods of night and day, are the 2 green balls. And in case you're like, okay, so Nick is red and green, 14 and 3? Consider that Nick shares a name with Christmas Time's official mascot, St. Nicholas, who appears over the shoulder of our 3-8 lady, and that his home address is 143. A Fibonacci number, what do you know? That would mean Ziegler is the 13 ball. And this does seem likely, because the only time that a ball ever visually eclipses another ball on the table is when the 13 eclipses the 6 in shots 541 and 543. While Bill is asking if the woman at the party was Amanda Curran. An eclipse happening right above her overdose notice. 13's an orange ball, and the other orange ball is 5. So it could be that Bill's address being 5 means he was destined to get the 5th woman, causing some force to swap Aurora and Amanda to keep Amanda for Ziegler. A force that would then be reassigning Amanda's identity from the Pierrot clown mannequin to the flapper mannequin with the one red slipper, while the gold slipper at Domino's would seem to link to Amanda's chosen man, the gold domino mask face. As for 15, this one's pretty subtle. Lily Sobieski was 13 at the start of production, but this happens to be the Guinness record holder for longest movie shoot, such that she turned 15 a week after the end of principal photography. Could her 2 short scenes have been shot a week later? Who knows? It doesn't really matter, because the real sex worker who posed for Modigliani's standing nude Elvira was a 15-year-old runaway, just as the hero of Graham Joyce's Requiem has what Julie Kearns describes as a hallucination of himself having an affair with a 15-year-old student. And that's key, because Bill's character in the novella, in the equivalent scene to this one, admits to having a non-verbal, non-physical sexual exchange with a nearby 15-year-old girl. So we have at least 3, but possibly a spiritual 4 references to 15-year-old girls in varying dimensions of sexual activity. When Ziegler is setting up his shot for the 7 ball, it looks like he might be thinking of rebounding off the 15 to get just the right angle on the 7. The Harford's daughter, Helena, is 7 years old.
Any kids?
Yes, we have a 7-year-old daughter.
And she shares a name with Ziegler's wife, Ilona.
Victor, Ilona.
Which is, we think, the Hungarian form of Helena. So I don't actually think this is to imply that Ziegler himself is a pedophile specifically, but that powerful people do prey on the young. If that sounds like I'm just running cover for my man Kubrick and his would-be avatar, keep watching and see if you aren't moved by the larger interplay of symbolisms to come. As we saw in Mass Mirror, the portraits above the pool game are fakes from British film history, but each one does yet resemble certain portraits from the past. The far right one best resembles an Agnolo Bronzino portrait commonly misidentified as featuring Elizabeth Báthory, the Hungarian noblewoman who famously tortured and slaughtered hundreds of young girls for the rumored purpose of bathing in their blood, as a means of retaining her own youth. So maybe Ziegler is a real Humbert.
Oh, Humbert, what a thrillingly different name.
My name is Sándor Savos. I'm Hungarian.
But I think it's much more likely that he's simply after women who were born when he was 39. More on that later. But just while I'm on the subject of sexual predation, one of the timeliest things this research uncovered is that Milich's tuxedos are from the Lord West collection. This was the brainchild of New York's own real-life tuxedo king, Harvey Weinstein. But not the Harvey Weinstein we're thinking of, just a man who happens to share the name, and who, in 1993, was held for ransom in a pit for 12 days. An experience that caused him to rethink and reform his Type A lifestyle. And that would be interesting enough. But if Milich the Mask Lender is also supplying Somerton with all its hooded cloaks, then the entire orgy could be seen as a cult of Harvey Weinsteins. The only real-life address we ever see in the film is for the Stargazy Bar at 236 Hollywood Road. Right behind Bill as he learns of the worst consequences of his joining all those Weinsteins. By the way, the Chelsea and Westminster Hospital is not really at 237 Hollywood in reality, but Kubrick doesn't let us know otherwise, and it is in this building that Bill comes face to face with a dead naked woman. You'll recall that 157 seconds is 2 minutes 37 seconds, numbers that The Shining associates to work and play. Bill uses his work to gain access to this 237 hospital, and Ziegler is playing with 15-7 balls. They're the closest two balls on the table of the same tone, maroon, and I wondered why Ziegler would want to break them apart. Could it have to do with how, on the morning after Ziegler's party, Alice is seen applying a black bra in shot 63, but then is seen wearing a maroon bra 2 shots later, while sniff testing herself? What did she get up to, with a 7-year-old daughter on Christmas break to take care of, that would require 2 bras in one morning? I'm not 100% on this. It could be for a dozen different reasons. But there is another 15-7 reference when Bill returns from his Somerton rescue mission and finds Alice teaching Helena math, and she says,
7 for 15.
why would 7-year-old Helena need her mother to tell her the difference between her own age and the age of all these sexually active characters? We'll return to this shortly, but first let me stop for a moment on the subject of Marion and Carl.
I think you met Carl here a few times?
Yes, I remember him. He's a teacher, isn't he?
A math professor.
Carl's full name is Carl Thomas. Among Helena's math learners is one called Carlos. Carl Thomas is an anagram of Carlos Math. Carlos being the Spanish Charles, a name with unsavory connotations in the Stanley verse. But I wouldn't have noticed Carlos if I'd never visited Julie Kearns' analysis, because she prefers to use the full screen aspect ratio of the film, while I'd only been looking at the widescreen version. It turns out that there's a small world of information in these margins, rendering any attempt to get a complete picture of Kubrick's subtext impossible by only using the one version. What this subtext seems to contradict is the widely held conception that Carl and Marion are shadow selves of Bill and Alice. I mean, they are that, but it's Marion who's the shadow self of Bill, and math professor Carl who is the shadow self of math teacher Alice. When Marion throws herself at Bill, then, it's an unwitting expression of self-love. Both these characters have just gone through a devastating change in their perception of their realities, and in the immediate wake of that devastation, only one of them has the presence of mind to resist the urge to love up their shadow self. The mirror form reminds us of how quickly these things can change, but in this new light, when Carl blocks Bill at the phone, it's like an echo of Alice's call interrupting his time with Domino. I should also mention how Marie Richardson, who plays Marion Nathanson, had just starred in a film by one of Kubrick's heroes, Ingmar Bergman, called In the Presence of a Clown. playing the wife of a man institutionalized for trying to chop her up with an axe, and who starts to hear the whispers of a mystical Pierrot clown.
Wendy? It's Grady, Mr. Thomas. Delbert Grady.
Hello?
Hello?
Grady. Hello?
Grady,
In the novella, Milich's daughter is named Pierrette, the feminine form of Pierrot, just as the fifth mannequin wears a Pierrot hat. And there are many such Pierrot-Pierrette masks at the orgy. The creator of the Red Cloaks mask describes it as being based on the Pierrot style, and he's the expert. But I will be shining a different light on this later on. The point for now is that the two major clown pairings in clown culture are the Pierrot, sad, and Harlequin, happy, clowns of Commedia dell'arte, and the Clown Blanc and Auguste clowns of broader circus culture. Bill's office is covered in the works of not just Auguste Macke, but also Auguste Rodin. The Auguste clown is the second banana to the Clown Blanc's top banana, taking the sad clown's abuses in stride or sowing chaos in the sad clown's hierarchical behaviors. It's a bit like the green versus blue, land versus sea world egg concept. Another tool for distinguishing binaries, but one that openly calls hierarchies into question. Recall that Amanda's 5'11" status ties to a certain domestic terrorist who really tried to call hierarchies into question. His failure is what we celebrate, and we roast him atop a blazing pyre. We do this to discourage future terrorists, like Colin Ferguson from Sarah's Time magazine, who hovers in the background of the entire pool room scene, from carrying out their fruitless atrocities. But perhaps what Ferguson and Fox really represent is points on a spectrum that begin with the Auguste clown's justifiable frustration at the way things are. Always number 2, never number 1. Always taking the orders, never giving them. Always the receiver of abuse, never the deliverer. Until the tables can be turned.
A little oversimplified, Alice, but yes, something like that.
And don't we delight when the means of that table turning is a faultless bit of cleverness only we, the audience, know about, and not the perpetrators of the villainous hierarchy? So, if Bill and Marion are shadow selves, and the happies to the sads, Alice and Carl, what problem do their partners have with them, and what would they do to bring empathy to the minds of their lovers? Is this why the number 5s from the ritual were always going to make a 5 out of Bill? To put him in the Pierrot position? If so, why does Aurora say,
"You don't belong here"?
And also, does this mean that Amanda takes some of her sad clown energy over to the 6th spot to share with the Golden Domino and his missing slipper flapper girl? Hey, aren't flapper girls associated with the Ziegfeld Follies? That thing that girls used to run away to New York to join, for their chance to become comedy stars and beauty queens.
But it never turned out that way, and instead he wanted me to cooperate with the others, making some kind of an art movie.
An art movie?
Ziegfeld sounds a lot like Ziegler, that Lord of Chaos who just shattered that pyramid of rainbow-colored balls. My first instinct about his balls was to count the number of points that are visible at the beginning and end of each shot of the table, and then to look at the shot of the film that corresponded to the amount of points visible and the amount hidden, either by the characters' bodies or by the framing of the shot. If the total was ever between 33 and 54, I knew that the accompanying dialogue would refer to one of the shots of Amanda ODing at the start of the film. And I hoped this would shine a light on her true fate. But it was while studying Kearns' analysis that I realized her aspect ratio, taller and thinner than mine, was giving different totals in a few select shots, and that this was altering how we would interpret the associated dialogue. So, for instance, when Ziegler says,
That whole play-acted, take-me, phony sacrifice that you've been jerking yourself off with had absolutely nothing to do with her real death. Nothing happened to her after you left that party that hadn't happened to her before. She got her brains fucked out. Period.
my version has it ending with 57 points on, 63 points off, which takes us to our infamous sexy times shot of Bill and Alice making out, and the rather male-gazy shot of Alice applying her black bra, while Kearns' taller, thinner version cuts out the green stripe 14 ball to feature only 43 points on, 77 points off. Shot 43 is Bill coaching Mandy to open her eyes and look into his, and shot 77 is Alice saying,
Who were they?
about the two girls Bill was so blatantly hitting on. Alice doesn't meet Nick Nightingale or Amanda, our green ball figures, so we lose the 14. But she does know she's been married 9 years with a 7-year-old daughter to a man who, in the novel, professes an erotic moment with a 15-year-old, a man who will be the 12th commanded to unrobe at Somerton. And if I haven't made it obvious, I'll make it plain. The shorter, wider aspect ratio is what I now think of as the male gaze version of the story, and the taller, thinner version is the female gaze. We're barred from gaining a complete picture of Kubrick's message if we rely wholly on one or the other. We have to bring the two versions, the two dimensions of Elizabeth Ziegler's camera work, together. The last thing I wanted to say about what springs out of Ziegler's balls I could almost leave out, but it'll allow me to make several points that might sound a bit more random if I do them later. So, the film is 587 shots long. That's 13 shy of 600, or 5 games of pool, where every ball gets sunk.
You feel like playing?
No, thanks. You go ahead. I'll watch.
No.
It's probably rare that most games would end this way, but we could look at shots 120, 240, 360, 480, and 587 to see who was the victor of each round.
Didn't anyone ever tell you? It's not really who wins, it's how you play, like the champs.
There's a nitty-gritty to this that we can skip, but if Bill wins in the end, it would be because the 13 ball, symbolic of Victor Ziegler, remains unsunk. If Victor is the champion, there's 8 combinations of solid balls that could remain unsunk. You'll notice this includes a 7-1-5 combo, a 2-6-5 combo, Domino Sally's address, and a 1-3-4-5, which is a phone number that hangs right outside their door. And repeat viewers will notice some other familiar combos here. But one that feels rather telling is 1-2-3-7, for how the colors of these balls appear in the cummerbunds of the shirts Bill and Millich pass as they enter Rainbow Fashions for the first time, as if forecasting the way Bill could be losing the final game against his creator. And happens to be exactly opposite the end of this third set, with its vague finale. Would Aurora's sacrifice here mean sparing Bill this forecasted 1-2-3-7? Her head does look like a giant 8-ball, after all. And the cummerbund rack is replaced by a rack of black shoes half a day later, beside that Nick Nightingale-looking mannequin.
I think you forgot the mask.
I've said that Ziegler would be stripes for his association to 13, making Bill solid by default. But I was inspired by something Julie Kearns said to count the number of people who appear in the Greenwich Village scenes wearing solid red caps, and caps with only a red stripe or two. And it just so happens that there's 29 people with solid caps, and 49 of these red-capped individuals altogether. Just like Bill's 2949 mask.
I think you forgot the mask.
Diamonds and pearls are one of the film's many notable binaries. Diamonds appearing on the likely menopausal Ilona, pearls appearing on the likely fertile Alice, diamonds and pearls, or a pearl, in the form of a poison ring, appearing on the blue-green Amanda. So what would it mean that Bill drives through Oyster Bay, New York, to get to Somerton? Or that a completely hairless man chases Bill past all these diamond and pearl shops? We'll come back to this in a big way, but basically they seem to designate characters who probably don't want kids, or more kids, the Zieglers. Characters who want more kids but don't know how to say it, Alice. And those who hover in uncertainty, fearful about what such a change could mean for the future, Bill and Amanda. Is this why the hairless man is frightening as he passes a mailbox with baby spray painted on it, in letters Julie Kearns noticed are a mashup of CMB, reminding of a certain Christ baby? But why that ties into Alice's desire for a naval officer is not quite right for where we're at. So, the association between pearls and solids would seem to imply that Bill is playing on behalf of Alice and Amanda. And to be sure, he seems to fail both of these women, only to be rescued by sacrifice and forgiveness. Where these failures take root is in the donning of this mask of diamonds and pearls, of stripes and solids, as if the only game Bill is ever playing is a game with himself.
You feel like playing?
No, thanks. You go ahead. I'll watch.
No.
The source novel is called Dream Story, and they say that everyone you meet in a dream is an aspect of your own mind. But what about when you're rowing your boat gently down the stream and realizing that, hey, all of life is but a dream? How can we ever be sure that that dream is a dream you and I are dreaming, and not simply the dream of someone with a powerful enough mind to have imagined us? Which brings me to the final Diamonds and Pearls context, the film's visuals, which, long story short, consistently satisfy this two-ring, two-pyramid structure. The big difference between male and female gazes being the amount of overlap between the pearls, and the fact that the diamonds in the female gaze are formed by golden triangles. Notice how the nexus they form with the golden circles aligns with the middles of the male pearls. It took me months to make the connection back to Diamonds and Pearls, probably because of how I first thought of this. You'll recall Pierrette saying, but this is far from the first Ermine reference to slither past Bill's notice. His first second of walking through Greenwich Village has him passing a grocery store that returns during the scene with these weasels, which we can now see is most likely called Los Ormiños, Spanish for the Ermines. But both Kearns and I noticed that there's these Christmas garlands that appear right after Los Ormiños vanishes that end up looking like Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man, which is something we'll come back to in a way that is going to permeate this analysis. So that got me thinking, maybe all these ermines are intended to point toward Da Vinci's Lady with an Ermine, which is itself composed with two circles and some jaggedy diamond shapes. But I might have also arrived at this conclusion thanks to the film including examples of circle composition and triangle composition in what happened to be the only two paintings that I know of the Virgin Mary to appear in the film. That woman most famous for the curious circumstances under which she conceived. Which, by the way, is what Conchita is referring to.
She had a red rose in her mouth. She was doing a Mexican lap dance right in my face. I'm serious, I got scars on the back of my neck.
Hey, what team's this switch hitter playing for?
Looks like the pink team, huh?
Faggot.
There's a complexity to this we're nowhere near ready to grapple with yet, but I was inspired by the work play heaven-hell symbolism of The Shining's visual layout to investigate what the different shapes would indicate for this film. It turns out that there's a few ways of interpreting what it means, but the most consistent ones that I've discovered are that the circles represent the unconscious and conscious mind, while the navel overlap represents pre-consciousness.
Alice? Alice? It's okay. It's okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I woke you up, but I thought you were having a nightmare.
Oh, God.
So in this example, Bill and Alice's mirror selves are their dream selves, while their real selves are their awake selves. This would set us up to view the film in a rather Freudian fashion, but it also reminds that Jung's framework for the mind was conceived in the form of a mandala, which he considered to be the form of the mind at the moment of creation, and that the urge to create art in the manner of a mandala was an expression of the desire to rebalance one's psyche.
If you men only knew.
This was how Jung saw each person's mind, as having a male and a female component, each with 4 levels of what he called eros. As you can see, I've attributed women to the dream world of unconsciousness and men to the waking life of consciousness. This is not an arbitrary move, but I'm not 100% about it. We could look, for instance, to the fact that Helena appears almost entirely within female anima while watching Bugs Bunny read The Night Before Christmas. One of the 4 phases of anima, according to Jung, is the Helen of Troy phase, followed by the Virgin Mary phase. The overlapping navel here would therefore symbolize the masculinity of women meeting the femininity of men. Jung saw this inherent male-female nature of the human mind as the bridge by which the individual consciousness accesses the collective unconscious. So, with concepts like that in mind, it occurred to me that each column, formed by the golden spiral sections, could be symbolic of the film's story, with everything before Somerton representing the journey out of unconsciousness, Somerton representing pre-consciousness, and everything that follows representing the waking reality that awaits the Harfords in the cold light of day. In the female gaze, the pre-consciousness navel would apply to basically everything between the big fight and Alice's math lesson, almost the entirety of Bill's Greenwich Village wanderings. The big exception being Sally and the bald stalker. I don't have a copy of the female gaze edition, so I haven't given it much thought, but before I leave off on it, it may be worth considering that there's a testicles versus labia thing going on, and how the male genitals have a certain visual duality that is more unified in female genitals. So, if you've ever had trouble finding the clitoris, Dr. Kubrick is here to help.
Oh, I'm glad I was here.
Actually, that might not be a complete joke. I've come to wonder if the red-black dynamic between these figures might be partly in reference to the red land, black land concept of ancient Egyptians. Red land described the barren desert, like the one Moses managed to hide out in for so long, while black land described the fertile lands around the Nile. So it would actually be apt for the red cloak to symbolize the part of the female genitals that simply cannot compete with the fertility of its male counterpart.
Would you like to come inside with me?
Come inside with you.
Yeah.
Anyway, now with the Jungian layer applied to the male gaze, we can regard the orgy ritual and Alice's ensuing description of her orgy nightmare as grandly symbolic of the collective unconscious, the place Jung saw as the wellspring of shared human archetypes, like the wise old man, the great mother, and the tree of life. Is that why we needed someone there who reminded of Domino, with her Tree of Life bedspread? Is that why several of the masks there resemble the cast of the film, as though everyone's shadow self needed to make an appearance? Also, notice where the red and blue triangles intersect, how they would mark one of the film's most significant moments. The first intersection seems to mark the end of the big fight between Bill and Alice, or 3720, exactly 10 screen minutes before Bill tells Domino,
Excuse me. Do you know what time it is?
12:10.
I think I have to go over there and show my face.
So it occurred to me this moment and its opposite moment, Sally taking the red Laurel gift box from Bill, might be marking midnight on the second and third evening of the film. But it does make you wonder if there was a first midnight. We'll come back to that.
The important thing is, we're awake now. And hopefully, for a long time to come.
As for the pyramids, I suspect these are symbolic of order and chaos. Though I should note that the male gaze pyramids has the overlap in the navel of the image, while the golden triangles of the female gaze puts the overlap in the wings. Some will interpret this to mean good versus evil, with order being good and chaos being evil, but this would oversimplify and miss the point. While order is often necessary for the sailing of a ship or the making of a movie, chaos is a necessary, often involuntary tool for upsetting a toxic order and redefining, rejustifying its parts. Chaos for the villain, like when 23 super soldiers pour out of a perfectly ordinary giant wooden horse, might mean the dawning of the hero's order. And wouldn't it be tragic for those heroes to live to see their order become the villainy for the sense of order held by a new generation? But the situation needn't be so dramatic. After all, aren't dreams a bit like Trojan horses? Strange chaos landscapes whose forms may seem familiar, but whose purpose may require a length of conscious consideration that few of us have time for. And these Trojan horses happen to us almost every night. We can't resist them. They are a part of us. So now we've considered the nature of pure binaries like black and white thinking and the world egg, and the hierarchy of more graded spectrums like the 12 Days of Christmas or the numbers and colors on pool balls. And if this journey has felt a bit chaotic thus far, I regret to inform you there's a third and, I hope, final level of pattern recognition to be confronted. Something which I can't help thinking of now as the constellation. As in those things the ancient Greeks made a huge story about to create order from that most stationary and universal of chaoses. To understand the constellation, we can't fall back to binaries and we can't fall back to spectrums, not completely. Sure, we can see that some of the data points here are colored amidst all the white points and surrounding darkness. And sure, there's a spectrum of luminosities by which we can tell which stars are larger and closer to the Earth. But when all that's been done, and when all other evidence is lacking, is there anything else that can transform this chaos into order? We've now considered the story's center and its alpha omega. But what about these Greenwich bridges? All shot on a set of H or I-shaped streets. That's why I initially thought to call it the HIVillage. But since this is where we hear of Domino's HIV status, the nickname became darkly apt.
So what brings you out at this hour?
I have a patient in the neighborhood.
Do you live in the village?
No, we have an apartment on Central Park West.
Bill makes 5 passes up and down these streets the first night, getting into his middle-class troubles, and another 5 passes the next day and night, trying to figure out the damages. What we notice by scrutinizing these sequences is that the stores and residences that appear along these streets frequently feature the same styles of edifice, such that change is mainly expressed in the names of the businesses or minor details like paint color or the awning. So when Bill enters the Sonata Cafe and gets the password for Somerton, he's entering a building that was otherwise an adult video store, a diamond shop, and an apparently Jewish nail salon. We can estimate by the steps taken by our hero that he receives that first password somewhere beneath a hotel with the address 271. If the ritual people add up to 30271, wouldn't it be interesting if the other password were located somewhere near a 302? But maybe Bill and Nick were really beneath a Jewish knishery, modeled after one of New York's longest operating establishments, Yonah Schimmel's Knish Bakery, which is run by Romanian Jews who came over from Europe around the same time as the Kubrick family, who were also Romanian Jews. The backwards singing during the ritual is from recordings of chanting Romanian priests. But you probably didn't notice this obscure grocery, only visible for a few seconds as Bill bids farewell to the flirty hotel clerk, which has a name that I used to think said Romany's Grocery. Now I'm pretty sure it's named for the Italian city of Rimini, but we'll come back to that. Anyway, it appears to be a mashup of 2 real-life establishments that occupied the same slot of New York real estate, 106 Avenue B, which puts it right next door to the 7B, the Horseshoe Bar, one of the most reused interior shooting locations in New York, most famously in The Godfather 2, where the Risotto brothers try to kill Frank Pentangeli. It's where Paul Newman sure plays a mean pinball in The Verdict. It's where an important message is handed off to Mickey Rourke's Harry Angel on behalf of Louis Cyphre in 1987's Angel Heart. And it's where Crocodile Dundee sexually assaults a drag queen. That last one is especially apt since Rimini is right next door to Sonata Cafe. The Sonata Cafe is sitting where the 7B ought to be, and its interior was the famous London drag queen club, Madame Jojo's. We can tell by the ad for Queen Ida as Bill enters, referring to famed drag queen Ida Slapter. The drag queens cavorting with Milch's daughter across the street right now are hiding inside a copy of real life's House of Field, named not for Todd Field, but famous lesbian Patricia Field. So there's basically these 3 reasons Kubrick made his Greenwich Village into a Frankenstein's mishmash of reality: autobiography, art history, and queer herstory. Well, that and a whole lot of Greek mythology, but we're not quite there yet. So, the 7B bar. Where have we seen that code before? On the door of Lou Nathanson, the patriarch whose near-midnight death is what triggers Bill's journey into Wonderland. A man who might have been dying of AIDS, walking distance from the HIVillage. Was he the same graying, large-bellied, purple-tied man Bill was treating earlier that day? If so, this would be a fairly fresh grief for Bill. One that would seem almost like a murder.
If you men only knew.
If Bill hadn't been anticipating the man's demise.
When did it happen?
The man Bill meets in this subterranean Bizarroverse 7B also has a special message for him.
It's the name of a Beethoven opera, isn't it?
In fact, Fidelio was Beethoven's only opera, known as The Triumph of Marital Love, Opus 72. B is the second letter. So perhaps that's why 7B is the first place Bill goes after his marriage plunges into jeopardy.
No. I have the address.
And the next place he goes after his closest brush with HIV/AIDS. Alice has played the clown queen of chaos, blowing the familiar order into an unfamiliar constellation of emotions, and now Bill needs to figure out if there's a new order, a new normal, that could emerge from the emotional disarray. His password on this journey for marital love is with him from the start, taking him high into the sky and deep beneath the earth. He'll be caught out when he's confronted with the fact that there isn't just one monolithic password for a place as important as Somerton. There's a second half to this whole, and it's something Bill hasn't been told yet. It's something you've been told, if you've been watching all my videos carefully, though there was almost no way for you to know I was telling you. In fact, it's something someone could have guessed if they'd thought to watch Mass Mirror in mirror form. It's actually something Bill was told by the fireplace clock, seemingly frozen at 4:35 a.m., as Ziegler tells him.
It's because there was no second password.
One neat thing about that is how this is 12 hours, 50 minutes past Amanda's death time. And if we go back 50 minutes in the film to 1:27:30, we arrive at the first second of shot 345, the last shot before Aurora's show-stopping martyrdom. And 4:35 is certainly a jumble of 3:45, but it's also the 275th minute of the day, which is the address of a bar called El Calderón, which means the cauldron, as in that thing someone finds stuffed with leprechaun gold, where the rainbow ends. By studying the HIVillage, we realize that there's only one other business seen in this location, a bookshop seemingly modeled after Greenwich's own 3 Lives books. But it's also where we find the sneakiest of overlays, Milch's Rainbow Room. Rainbow Fashions is only a half level off the ground, and it ends with another neon rainbow that would be burrowing into the side of El Calderón. Is Ziegler's 4:35-275 clock trying to tell Bill a secret message? And is the message that something inside the Rainbow Room is the true second password that Ziegler is pretending doesn't exist?
Have you no sense of decency? Gentlemen, have you no sense of decency?
Sorry, that probably sounded like a build-up for the second password, but that's about 90 minutes from now. I'm sorry. First, we need to notice this portrait, seeming to parody the style, form, and color of a certain portrait of Lucrezia Panciatichi. Bear with me. We noted the Hungarian vampire connection, which may be why this fake version appears in a slew of Hammer horror classics, including 1966's Dracula, Prince of Darkness. And the mirror form frequently floats it through the mind of that seductive Skye Dumont. But when I noticed it in the 1996 adaptation of Shakespeare's Twelfth Night, I began to feel that the Lucrezia connection was the more significant. Before I get into it, let me note that the play is named for the same Twelfth Night that CMB is talking about, and was written to be performed on the Epiphany itself. We don't really do this anymore, so you may have forgotten the social significance of the day, which was to revel in a chaotic upending of the normal order of things. Men would dress up as women, women as men, servants would dress like their masters, and masters as servants, and a lord of misrule would preside over everything.
Now, get undressed.
In the play, the lovely Maria writes a letter pretending to be her master Olivia, invoking the suicide knife used by the legendary Lucretia of Rome to kill herself, an act which is supposed to have ended the ancient monarchy and ushered in the era of the Roman Republic.
To the unknown beloved, this and my good wishes. My olive wax, soft and the impressor her Lucrece, with which she uses to seal. Tis my lady.
Shakespeare also converted the story of Lucretia into a 265-stanza epic poem called The Rape of Lucrece. And the other major invocation of Lucretia by Shakespeare was in Titus Andronicus, where the general's daughter Lavinia is raped by the emperor's sons before they remove her tongue and hands, replacing her fingers with tree branches. Branches she uses to indicate the truth of her circumstance. This fate bears a striking similarity to the story of Philomela, so striking that Shakespeare thought to mention her 6 times in the play.
Lavinia, shall I read? This is the tragic tale of Philomel, and treats of Tereus' treason and his rape.
Philomela was raped by her sister's husband, Tereus, who mutilated her in Lavinia fashion to keep her from telling on him. So Philomela managed to weave a grand tapestry, a confession of sorts, that encoded the truth of her condition, which she gave to her sister Procne, whereupon Procne baked her son into a pie and fed it to Tereus. The father of Philomela and Procne was King Pandion I, which helped me to realize that the fuzzy sign of this pizza shop, never in focus throughout the film, could be Pandion Pizza. Now, thanks to one of the very few behind-the-scenes photos of the HIVillage, we know this shop to be named Piccolino's, a name meaning little one, like a small child, which means it shares a name with the birthplace of St. Francis of Assisi, a 1970s anime about Pinocchio, a 1950s pop hit for Diana Decker,
Humbert. When you get to know me better, you'll find I'm extremely broad-minded.
a song that marks the Venetian finale of Fred Astaire's Top Hat, and the world's tiniest trombone, which goes well with this being Gillespie's a few minutes later, where Bill learns a code that gets him to this little tromboner. Anyway, it would be incredible if the reason we never see it in focus was to make us think of King Pandion, which has a spelling in ancient Greek that is virtually identical to the word used to describe Jesus when he's visited by the 3 kings. Paidion, meaning small child. We'll come back to that. But yeah, Bill practically sits on one of its boxes as he and Domino agree on a price under the watchful eye of this small childlike figure.
And how does 150 sound?
Sounds wonderful.
Did you ever read the Latin poet Ovid on the art of love?
And that's what brings us to our third story of a hypocrite getting his children fed to him, though it'll take a minute to get to that part of the story. Apollo and Daphne. It depicts a moment from Ovid's Metamorphoses when Apollo, cursed by Cupid's golden arrow to stop at nothing from raping Daphne, almost gets his desire, when Daphne, cursed by Cupid's lead arrow to stop at nothing from being raped, begs her father, the river god Peneus, to transform her into the laurel tree.
Wasn't Nick's fault.
It was mine.
Of course it was Nick's fault. If he hadn't mentioned it to you in the first place, none of this would have happened.
Daphne's sacrifice is what keeps Apollo from seeming like his father. She didn't have to ask Peneus to turn her into a tree. Cupid had cruelly destined one aspect of her fate, but she took the story's end into her own hands. Okay, so what does this have to do with a father unwittingly eating his children? Well, naturally, after making the Apollo and Daphne connection to Ovid, I looked into the source masterpiece, the 15-book Metamorphoses, and found that the Apollo and Daphne story accounts for these lines of Book 1. Kubrick's film is 587 shots, so when I noticed that chapter 24 of Book 1 ends at line 587, Well, you probably know me well enough by now to know what that made me do. I lined up each line from Ovid with each shot from Kubrick and looked for cool synchronicities. I would love to go beat by beat on this with you, but time and attention being factors, we'll just look at the large-scale nature of it and then hone in on the essentials. When Alice is asked if she's heard of Ovid, she replies,
Didn't he wind up all by himself, crying his eyes out, in some place with a very bad climate?
She's referring to the year this was published, when Emperor Augustus Caesar banished him for life to the Isle of Thomas, of what is now the Dobruja region of Romania. The first 4 chapters feature Ovid making an impressive attempt to describe the formation of the cosmos in a way that almost sounds like natural science. He starts with order forming out of chaos, talks about the way the earth and the sky came together, the way the earth and the sea came together, how the planet was separated by 5 climate zones, and how the 4 wind gods blow around in the space between the earth and the stars in the night sky. These 2 shots correspond to him invoking the Big Dipper specifically, and we will come back to them in a big way. Chapters 5 to 9 deal with the formation of human civilization, with 6, 7, and 8 dealing with a golden age, a silver age, and a bronze age.
But I could hardly move.
For Ovid, this devolution of metals speaks to an equivalent devolution in mankind. The next couple chapters concern Jupiter, the Zeus of Ovid's day, explaining to the complete assembly of the gods his reasons for wanting to exterminate mankind. Which is that King Lycaon had the temerity to cook one of Jupiter's own grandsons into a sweet, delicious, mouth-watering pie and serve it to Jupiter as a test of his godliness. For this, Jupiter transforms Lycaon into a wolf, making him history's first werewolf. And doesn't Bill take on a rather wolfish grin during the lines where Lycaon does the filicidal butchery? But what Ovid omits is the fact that Lycaon's butchered grandson, Arcas, is the result of Jupiter raping his own daughter, Callisto. For their trouble, Jupiter later transforms mother and son into the constellations Ursa Major and Boötes, known for having 7 and 15 stars, respectively. Indeed, the balls on Ziegler's table kind of look like the constellation Boötes from above, but we'll have to come back to that. Why Jupiter's reaction makes him a hypocrite is that Lycaon was actually only following his example. Before Jupiter was king of the gods, his father Saturn, terrified by a prophecy that he would be overthrown by a son, decided the safest course of action was to simply eat his sons. Zeus was kept secret until he was powerful enough to overthrow and enchain Saturn for eternity. Zeus himself was not in the habit of child-eating until Lycaon said, "Yeah, but how different is that really with you raping everybody?" And for doing this, for pointing out that replacing one terrible scenario with a different terrible scenario does not correct the root behavior, Zeus transformed Lycaon into a symbol of man's capacity to betray our own enlightenment. Chapters 13 to 18 describe the Great Flood and its aftermath, which begins with Bill walking through the doors of Somerton in shot 275 at 72:05 of the film's runtime, where he speaks the password and passes a giant tapestry like the one Philomela made to tell the truth about her rape and mutilation. You know, after Philomela's rapist discovered he'd eaten his son, she and her sister were able to escape his ensuing axe-wielding fury by being turned into birds. Procne became a swallow, and Philomela became a nightingale. The description of the flood lasts until Aurora saves Bill at the end of the orgy, at which point we begin to hear of the flood's two survivors, Deucalion and Pyrrha. This is where they pass another giant tapestry, but we'll have to come back to these. Though it's worth noting here that opposite Bill is saying Fidelio for the first time, right as his head passes over this second tapestry. With a red Jeep behind them, license plate 752, which is how you spell gold in Hebrew. That's stuff we find at the end of a rainbow. But yes, the story of these survivors finding themselves to be the last two people on Earth takes us through Bill's two rescues by Aurora, and then right to the end of Alice's orgy nightmare.
We were in a deserted city, and our clothes were gone. We were naked, and I was terrified. And I felt ashamed. Oh, God. And I was angry because I thought it was your fault.
One cool thing about this sequence is how Bill and Alice seem to look in opposite directions all throughout the scene, embracing. In the very middle line of Book 1, Ovid describes Deucalion and Pyrrha as being Prometheus' son and Epimetheus' daughter. So in addition to the fire and water meaning in their own names, they are also children of forethought, which is what Prometheus means, and afterthought, which is what Epimetheus means. These are the qualities, it would seem, that make Homo sapiens worthy of surviving the worst natural disasters. We can see the storm coming, and we know how to learn from the aftermath. The next few chapters describe the repopulation of the Earth, not just by humans, but all non-aquatic creatures. This includes the great and terrible python, wrapping itself around the Omphalos stone, a word meaning navel, because it was thought to mark the center of the universe. And one thing I'd hate to skip from this section is Ovid invoking the ancient concept of spontaneous self-generation, the idea that life can form out of inorganic material. It occurs in a line that pairs with the last shot of Bill in his office before the rescue mission for Somerton. This concept was disproven by Louis Pasteur, which is exactly what we're seeing in the first of the two Ursa Major shots from before, courtesy of Robert Thom's A History of Medicine in Pictures. So that would be quite the coincidence.
For if the sun breed maggots in a dead dog. Have you a daughter?
I have, my lord.
Let her not walk in the sun. Conception is a blessing, but as your daughter may conceive, friend, look to it.
In fact, it pairs with the shot of Bill's Madonna of the Magnificat card, appearing across from Conchita's Mexican Cafe, that name referring to the Immaculate Conception. So while we may laugh at ancient naivete, we still have holidays that celebrate such phenomena. In fact, the virgin birth is interesting for the way it stages the fantastical as the exception. It says, yes, we know that life doesn't tend to grow where the usual seeds aren't there to harvest it. But in this one very special case, that's exactly what happened. Anyone capable of processing the reality of this exception will reap a benefit that the ignorant will go their whole lives without. How sad for them. But yes, the next phase, beginning with Alice's math lesson about taking 7 from 15, concerns Apollo's mastery of the Python, which ends with the establishment of the Pythian Games, which were like the Olympics. And that's cool because the last mention of the Python goes with the last shot of Bill in his office, ending in the same second as Bill enters Lou's death chamber in shot 146. While the gold, silver, bronze section from before ends at line 150. So right as Apollo is establishing the first games, The opposite action is entering the Bronze Age and running backward up to gold. When the last Python shot ends, the next shot is Bill driving up to Domino's place with his box of red laurel wreaths in hand. So the saga of Apollo and Daphne goes with Bill finding out about Domino's HIV status, him being chased and not caught by the bald stalker, him finding the petrified Amanda Curran, and the entire confrontation with Ziegler. In fact, the statue goes by in the reverse action at the moment that Daphne finishes begging her father to transform her, her last living words being, "Quae facet, ut later mutando perde figuram," or, as John Dryden translates, "Change my form, whence all my sorrows come." Or as A.D. Melville translates, "Change me, and destroy my baleful beauty that has pleased too well." Description of Daphne's transformation and Apollo's wish to honor her continue right to the last shot of Bill finding the mask on his pillow. This leaves one final chapter, the first of 8, concerning the story of Io. At first this struck me as dubious. Why wouldn't Kubrick fix things to end 20 shots earlier and skip Io altogether? But by getting at least part of her story, we gain access to yet another familiar-sounding drama. Io was another daughter of a river god, another rape victim of Zeus's, who was transformed by Zeus into a white cow to keep her secret from his jealous wife Hera. Long story short, Hera sent a gadfly after Io's cow form to pester her into endless roaming, which only ended when Io happened to wander back into her father's realm, at which point she used her cow hoof to make a message in the dirt that her father was able to decipher, and so transform her back into her old self. I wanted to mention the gadfly because right as Eyes Wide Shut ends, right as we leave off with Io's story unfinished, we hear the Shostakovich song Jazz Suite No. 2 roar back into life. It was the theme of the 1955 film The First Echelon, which celebrates the success of Khrushchev's Virgin Lands campaign. This was one of the first things Khrushchev did after the death of Stalin, that thing Georgy Ligeti was wishing for when he completed his research music that same year. Shostakovich only composed one other film score that year, for a film called The Gadfly, based on a hugely popular Russian novel whose name is pronounced Ovid.
Did you ever read the Latin poet Ovid on the art of love?
This is surely a quirk of etymological history, but that wouldn't keep it from being a bit of modern wordplay. The Russian word for gadfly is Ovid, and this unfinished Ovid story ends with a gadfly pushing a woman toward the fullness of her confession. So now that we've covered the basics of how Metamorphoses pairs with Eyes Wide Shut, we need to retrace our steps for a second and return to the matter of shot 150, which has a second major significance, which is that Ovid's line there is quoted in its original Latin by Shakespeare's Titus Andronicus in line 1885.
The goddess of justice has left the earth.
Titus identifies the story in lines 1587 and 1588, which, perhaps coincidentally, is the earliest year in which Titus is believed to have been written by Shakespeare. Either way, 1588 is a jumble of 1885. And 1587 has that 587 in it, the line of Book 6 of Metamorphoses that marks the end of Procne reading her sister's symbolic testimony. It might have been this very passage that Lavinia was showing her father. Now, are you ready for this? You're not ready. There are actually 10 different times across Metamorphoses where one chapter begins 587 lines from the end of another chapter. One of these starts at chapter 9 of Book 6 and ends at chapter 4 of Book 7. So what used to be line 587 now lands on shot 275, our first giant tapestry. The Procne and Philomela story now begins in shot 89, right as Alice gets the fight going, and it ends on shot 361, the very last shot inside Somerton. If this concept of jumping between Ovid's books and starting on random chapters seems annoying to you, you should read Metamorphoses, and you will see that Ovid is doing this too. It's a big Frankensteinian mishmash. Just be grateful I'm going to spare you the other 8 options, and the other 6 dozen ways you can sync Metamorphoses with Kubrick's other films. Oh, except to say that if you want to know why I think he was doing this from way back in 1962, there's a bust of Shakespeare in Castle Quilty that transforms into a bust of Clytie for the exact line that Clytie shows up in Metamorphoses. Anyway, the line Titus quotes is the one marking the end of Ovid's Bronze Age. The gods used to walk around on Earth when times were good and golden, but as times got worse, they started to leave one by one, until only the goddess of justice, Astrea, was left. On line 150, she decides to leave behind Earth forever, until the coming of the next golden age, which she is apparently still waiting for. And with all the rape and murder going on in this world, we can imagine why. Might this explain why Domino asks,
And how does 150 sound?
Sounds wonderful.
This is what ethical sex workers can do in this world. Alleviate the tendency men and women have to rape, when they feel like sex is something available to them, if only they can foot the bill. In fact, 150 was also Millage's price, before the extra costs were added, a cost he tabulates opposite Domino's sales pitch.
That was 150 for the rental, 200 you said for the table, 25 for the masks. That's 375.
The next thing to circle back to is the matter of Somerton's 2 tapestries. Philomela wove a tapestry that told the truth about something horrible that was done to her, so if these are meant to connect to that, who would be the weaver? The one we see the most of is called Cabbage Leaves, while the earlier one features a man on a horse. There happens to be a lot of ancient tapestries of men riding horses, but when I saw that Cabbage title, I thought, "The time has come," the walrus said, "to talk of many things, of shoes and ships and sealing wax, of cabbages and kings." And sure enough, searching for tapestries of kings on horseback narrowed it right down. This is the beautiful Hunts of Guise, appearing as Bill applies a diamond and pearl studded guise of his own. It's one of a 12-part series of tapestries depicting a life in the year of Maximilian I, King of the Romans, who was the 3rd Grand Master of something called the Order of the Golden Fleece, considered the most prestigious chivalric order in the world, with many royal members still alive today. That's important because Bill looks for his lost Nick at the Hotel Jason, that guy who famously went looking for the Golden Fleece. But we're actually just about to get to that, so hold that thought. Let's not lose track of the fact that Alice's Adventures in Wonderland was what gave me the insight to make the connection that identified this tapestry. If you've been following all this so far, I know I'm making a bit of a patchwork jumble of it. It probably comes as little surprise that Alice would be this story's Philomela, Io, Lavinia figure, the common quality between them being that something horrible happened to them, forcing them to find a way other than common speech to tell the truth of that horrific event. What happened to Alice? All we really know is the sob story she tells the fatherly Hungarian.
I used to manage an art gallery in Soho, but it went broke.
What a shame.
Surely it has to be something worse than that, right? But if so, why can't she just tell her loving, trusting, providing husband? And why would being unable to speak her truth, a truth that Bill is not the cause of, make her this spiteful?
It's not the pot, it's you. Why can't you ever give me a straight fucking answer?
I was under the impression that's what I was doing.
So let's get back to these tapestries. The month shown in the tapestry is September, the end of summer. So it's interesting that it would appear as Bill enters Somerton. In the sense of the calendar year, September takes us from the 2/3 to the 3/4 mark. But in the sense where life is about the journey from spring's youth to winter's antiquity, September marks the middle of life. Bill Harford is played by a 35-year-old, a man who would be wise to plan for the autumn of his years. Seen here flirting with women much closer to the transition between spring and summer. What does the 29-year-old Alice see, gazing over at this exchange, in the arms of her 49-year-old dance partner? And why is it the first thing she mentions the following night, getting high with Bill? Perhaps what annoys Alice more than anything is how it seems to be a man's world she's in. Father figures can flirt with daughter figures, but the scales don't seem to tilt the other way.
Millions of years of evolution. Right? Right? Men have to stick it in every place they can, but for women it is just about security and commitment and whatever the fuck else.
When Bill responds that his wife's analysis is a little oversimplified, the painting behind his head is the painting that got the most screen time of any painting in the whole Kubrick canon. Christiane Kubrick's 3 Orange Trees, on screen for a whopping 4 minutes, 13 seconds. It hangs next to one called Pumpkin on Bricks, which long seemed like a Cinderella reference. So when I happened to do a search on 3 Orange Trees, and what turned up was the first book to exclusively collect children's fables, Giambattista Basile's 1634 book, Pentamerone, I thought this was probably the thing. The book contains one of the earliest recordings of the fable type called The Love of 3 Oranges, as well as versions of Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty, and Hansel and Gretel, for a combined 49 stories. We won't cover each one, obviously, but this is what's behind Bill in each shot of him defending himself against Alice's onslaught for almost 13 minutes in the male gaze, and for just over 14 in the female gaze. The story that speaks to what we've been discussing is called Penta of the Chopped Off Hands, which shares a couple of the tropes we've been looking at: an incestuous brother-in-law king, a la Philomela, and a girl getting her hands chopped off. Only this is something Penta does to herself, as her brother king is especially fond of her hands. The story ends with Penta to be awarded to the person who can tell the magician guarding her the most miserable tale of woe. And so she's given back to the king, who loved her for all of herself, and whose misery was deemed more woeful than her brother's, who simply longed for the loss of her great beauty in his life. This takes us to the start of Alice's issue with Bill's rhetoric, that it's understandable that Humber should want to have sex with her because she is a very beautiful woman. And don't all women relish the thought of being beautiful?
Alice, look at you. God, you're absolutely stunning. And I don't say that to all the women.
Now note the 3 fairies, a variation of a fable type called Diamonds and Toads, only it involves pearls. These are from a story type called The Kind and Unkind Girls, the other major literary version being Aurora and Amy. Amy being the short form of Amanda, names that mean dawn and love, like Eos and Eros. Long story short, Aurora learns to see the good that can come from tragedy, while Amy doesn't. And that's why Aurora ends up as queen, and Amy ends up deposed and banished. But there is the issue where Bill only thinks he understands Amanda's inner world because Aurora went along with the charade. Is it kind to deceive about the true fate of a likely rape victim?
Nothing happened to her after you left that party that hadn't happened to her before. She got her brains fucked out.
Of course, the point to the fable is probably not to teach children how to feel superior to other children, but that Amy and Aurora are aspects of each of us. The capacity for light and dark, optimism and pessimism, kindness and unkindness. Aspects that live within Alice, and which compete for Bill's attention. The big fight would seem to have been Alice's amazing Amy side coming ferociously to the fore. We could blame everything that follows on that intervention, with those blue sex visions seeming to egg Bill on to every horrible mistake he makes. But if that intervention is the reason they make it through their dark night of the soul, how unkind was it? On that note, let's return to the subject of age. Because it's right after Bill has his second blue sex vision of Alice with the much younger naval officer that we see him pass a photo of Elvis from One Night with You, the Elvis comeback special. Elvis was 33 at the time, and didn't realize he had just passed into what would prove to be the winter of his years. This happens to be a few minutes past the film's 1/4 mark, at which point on the opposite side, approaching the 3/4 mark, he asks his office manager,
How's my afternoon looking?
Did the king of rock and roll send Bill a message from the great beyond? That he was entering the winter phase of his time on screen?
I think it's just Mrs. Akeley at 2:30 and Mrs. Kaminsky at 4.
These are names that connect to The Shining and 2001: A Space Odyssey, the third and sixth of Kubrick's final 8 films, appearing opposite one another in the mass mirror sense. If we think of his canon as reflecting the 4 seasons, this would be the first film of his summer phase and the last film of his autumn phase. I'll be addressing the meaning in these names not far from here, so for now, we'll just realize that Kubrick wasn't going to skewer Bill for having a midsummer crisis without gauging his own journey through this world. Cabbage Leaves appears in shots 317 and 318, where Aurora warns Bill to get out of Somerton. It's her words from these shots that echo in his mind as he gazes over her corpse in shot 493. Highway 493 being the one that Bill would take to escape Somerton. Also, this line is spoken at what would be these in-universe seconds, and Bill hears the line back in his head at these times in the proper film. The most intriguing of those is the final second, 7708, which looks like the Lotus Code. So, if 493 was a symbol of escape, it's funny we would be reminded of something that takes us back into the mechanics of Somerton. But also, these later time codes take us back into Somerton, where there's an in-universe 7708 starting 13 minutes 22 seconds into Bill's experience. This could refer to these time codes, describing the first 5 seconds after the Red Cloak says,
Please, come forward.
Because it could cost me my life. And possibly yours.
Here is where things will start to get a little headachy, I'm afraid, because up to now, we've been assuming that the 15-second shot of the 752 Jeep driving up to the 1:55 clock starts at exactly 1:55 a.m. But all we know is the clock doesn't tick ahead to 1:56. So it could be any second between 1:55 and 1:55:45 a.m. In other words, the entire 1110 seconds Bill spends at Somerton has 45 variations to be considered. Also, one thing that does is take what we thought was an 1110 second experience and turn it into an 1155-second experience. The Aurora Code. Which goes nicely with the concept that this is the pre-consciousness phase of the story. A 32 shift would make those later time codes take us back to Bill first arriving before the Red Cloak and his entourage at 1:24:20. In this alignment, and only this alignment, 7708 would synchronize with 5066, Amanda's numbers. So we're not only being drawn back for Lotus, but also for the butterfly pharaoh Isis herself, Miss Curran. Butterfly wings being something possessed by Psyche, she who was saved by Eros. And since we're thinking in part about a tapestry with a pair of Libra's scales at the top of it, take a second to notice that these are the only two shots of Bill seeing the interrogation ring from this angle, at which point the Red Cloak looks like the fulcrum of a giant pair of Black Cloak scales. These time shifts take us to either side of it. Is that because Lotus and Isis are basically equal? They whose division is the same as blue heart minus solid gold. Or should we go to the fulcrum of these points and find a mask based on Mary Magdalene and one based on Picasso's painting Albertina? Is that the same Mary Magdalene from the book Requiem that's hovering behind Alice throughout most of the big fight? And is that the same Albertina? Well, that's Alice's name in the source novel. And I might be the only one who finds this interesting, but the opposite moment in the 32 shift is the 6 seconds of Bill driving up to Somerton, the last second being the first second of us seeing the gates of Somerton. This is 1:09:51, or 32 minutes 31 seconds past midnight as the domino flies. That means the un-32 shifted option ends at 31:59 after midnight, 1 second before 12:32 exactly. And didn't this part start with a moment 13 minutes 22 seconds into the experience? But also this 32:31 moment is the first moment where we're seeing that 752 Jeep that delivers Bill to Somerton. 12:32 is the 752nd minute of the day. It's also worth realizing that the 32 shift would mean Aurora's line isn't occurring at these time codes, but at these, which corresponds to the 5 seconds from the natural timeline where Bill first learns of Amanda's death.
I'm sorry, Doctor. Miss Curran died this afternoon. Because it could cost me my life, and possibly yours.
And what Aurora's actually saying at that 566-778 mashup is the word yours, referring to how this could all cost Bill's life. So it would seem that whatever all these number games are pointing to, if there's anything beyond what I've said already, the takeaway is that there's some equivalence between the death of Amy and Aurora and the death of Bill. All that being said, can you believe there's anything to say about the other 44 time shift options? Actually, there's something major to say about 2 jumps over, the 34 shift, which makes Bill's last second in Somerton 2:13:56 a.m., the same second as the end of A Clockwork Orange, which is 8,036 seconds, also known as the exact number of days in 22 years with 6 leap years. But don't worry, we don't need to get into all that for now. So that's what I wanted to say about the 493 aspect. What about 317? That's a number painted on a trash can outside Sonata, only visible in the male gaze version, and which looks like Lie upside down. Lies being the opposite of Fidelio. Why would Aurora want to lie to Bill about his need to get out of Somerton?
Bill. Suppose I told you that everything that happened to you there, the threats, the girl's warnings, her last-minute intervention, suppose I said that all of that was staged. That it was a kind of charade. That it was fake.
We saw in the Jungian analysis how the two rings could represent the three phases of consciousness, that the journey of Bill's story is the journey through the various states of mind. But did we ever stop and wonder, whose mind? If YouTube analytics isn't lying to me, I'd guess about 1 in 10 of you have been picking up on the not-so-subtle hints. What I hope we're ready to do now is talk about what I think literally happened to Alice, and then the remainder of the ensuing analysis will be better understood for their large-scale implications about what her trauma is. Now, let me start this by saying that there remain numerous art objects in the film that still need to be identified, any of which could alter what I'm about to unfold in unforeseeable ways. So, take this as a state of the science kind of thing. And bear in mind that I would also find this hard to accept, except that it's what the clues seem to be pointing toward. All right, so here it is. Alice tells Humber that she's looking for a job because she ran an art gallery in Soho that went broke. Almost all the art in their home, as well as those pieces at Ziegler's and in Bill's office, are by Christian Kubrick. So the implication seems to be that Alice was dealing in her own art. These are the in-universe paintings of Alice Harford. Friends and loved ones were buying her art, but not enough to keep the business going. Humber says,
I have some friends in the art game. Perhaps I can be of some help.
She's grateful, but this is interrupted by Bill fraternizing with Nuala and Gale, and we never hear more about Humber's offer. When they part ways, Humber asks to see her again, and she replies,
That's impossible.
Why?
Because I'm married.
Notice that the last we see of him is 1951, and that Somerton appears exactly 50 minutes later. But earlier, when he was asking her to go up to the sculpture gallery with him, she replied,
Maybe not just now.
which seemed to imply there would be a time when she would be willing to do such a thing. Then, during her sexy times with Bill that night, she looks markedly preoccupied with some thought for the future. The next afternoon, we see her applying a black bra, and then the maroon bra not long later, along with some deodorant. Victor was the one aiming for the 7 and 15 balls. So what I'm wondering is, did Alice run into him after leaving Humber, tell him her story of woe, and receive an offer she couldn't refuse? If a man wealthy enough to own a mansion in downtown New York says he'll fund the next leg of your failed art career, what would you be willing to do in exchange? Now, we're going to come again and again back to things impacting this theory, and it's far from the only thing of consequence. But what I don't love about it is how sanguine and composed Alice seems in the moments that would follow this exchange of goods and services. But I don't know, maybe she's so excited by the prospect of her career worries finally coming to an end, finally escaping the hell of her life feeling on pause, the hell of feeling that time is running out on her dreams, that she's willing to go through almost anything. And doesn't Bill have those Degas paintings in his office of sex workers bathing themselves? Maybe right after some trade? Bill's the kind of guy who gets these things. Still, It might put her in an awkward position of having to explain to him where a certain little bundle of joy was coming from next September if they were in the habit of protected sex. This seems likely, as Bill gets pretty spooked at the prospect of a hairless male following in his footsteps. Remember, in Jungian psychology, the transition from the summer to the autumn of one's days is the transition from the Helen to the Mary phase. And it is Mary that shows up in the home of a sex worker and during a blue sex vision. But Bill shouldn't be the impregnator of Marys. He should be the impregnator of Marys. Mary Magdalene. I said Mary Magdalene. Now, you might be thinking, hold on, Joe, isn't it equally likely that her secret trauma is that she has to refuse all these offers to support her dreams? Isn't the real horror being an artist in a world that hates artists? The first password, after all, is Fidelio, the triumph of marital love. But if there is a secondary, let's say, shadow password, a representative of chaos and doubt, to balance the order and certainty of Fidelio, wouldn't that other password shine a different light on things? Again, sorry, the second password is a ways off yet, but we are finally coming back to the matter of the HIVillage. So, Alice's gallery was in Soho, right? That's the section of Manhattan just south of Greenwich Village, and only one of Bill's establishing shots takes place there, the corner of Wooster and Grand. It's one of 7 such shots, establishing Bill's movements through the HIVillage, all showing real places we can peg on a map, like so. How I thought to compare this to the stars in the night sky was thanks to this shot of Bill entering the HIVillage for the second time, where he passes a sign reading Royal Gelatin 4 for 88 cents, and one reading Ajax 199. In the mirror form, these flow over an August Macke painting called Turkish Cafe, modern-day Turkey being the place where the Trojan horse sacked Troy. Shot 199 is Bill entering Sonata Cafe and passing that poster for Queen Ida. Mount Ida is where the Trojan War has its origins, thanks to the Judgment of Paris. And it's where the war has its end, as the warrior Ajax went to slaughter Trojans who had fled the success of the horse trick. In fact, the last 13 chapters of Book 13 of Ovid's Metamorphoses also feature exactly 587 lines, beginning with the death of Ajax at the end of the war. By the time Ida is appearing. In fact, starting with the shot of Bill approaching the Sonata Cafe, we're in Chapter 7, the only chapter dedicated to Aurora, who is mourning the death of her son, Memnon, whose uncle was the king of Troy, whose son Paris stole Helen. The final shot applying to the Aurora story ends 30 seconds from where Bill is kicked out of Somerton on the other side of the film. This is how I started to see the HIVillage as more than just a semi-real bridge between the hard reality of Bill's home life and the dreaminess of Somerton. It's a Trojan horse on Bill's mind. And who is sending this horse? Perhaps part of the answer lies in the third sign, which reads, Green giant vegetables 3 for 1. While shot 31 is the one of a certain leafy lady going by. Didn't she turn into a symbol of victory? A symbol to let everyone know who the real victors of society are? In fact, the spot where the boys are about to slam into Bill will later feature this newsstand where a magazine about Steve Hercules Reeves appears, who played Aeneas in 1961's The Trojan Horse. Hercules being one of those guys that fly around over our heads every night while we sleep. If we look at the path charted by the bald stalker, we realize that his little dip around this corner helps it to resemble a horse from above. Maybe it should be the Trojan camel, since he's wearing a camel hair coat. The same kind of camel hair coat worn at the end by Alice in Hamley's toy store. Ever since that Boötes-style image seemed to emerge from Victor's balls, I had been wondering if other constellations would form out of the various environments in the film. But the HIVillage is where we get all those red stripes and solids, right? And 88 is the number of modern constellations in the Western tradition. So that's how I started to look at my HIVillage maps in a whole new light. The coffee houses? They form the Big Dipper. The star known to Westerners as Megrez used to be known as Kaffa, and so shares a name with the Ethiopian province where coffee originated. And this corresponds to the one place where we actually see Bill order and receive a coffee. The hotels? They form Ares, the ram that provided the golden fleece to Jason. My favorite is probably the one for Sagittarius, which is made out of Christmas trees, while the arrow, known as Sagitta, is formed out of the 5 and 8 pointed star wreaths from Ziegler's. You are doubtlessly noticing a certain spatial imperfection in perfectly recreating these constellations, but A, my map of the village is not to scale, and B, as we consider the cross-connecting symbolisms, if my translations are correct, it would be a staggering coincidence that they should prove so apt to the film's subtext. I call this the Star Village. The entirety of Greek astral mythology, compressed by Kubrick into these object constellations, contextualized in stunningly dynamic ways. I'll cover what I can, starting with Cygnus, which is the closest one to the shape formed by those establishing shots around the real Greenwich. Cygnus was the swan form taken by Zeus to impregnate Leda with Helen of Troy, behind the back of Leda's husband. The star corresponding to the Hotel Jason scene, Deneb, is known as the Follower. And doesn't Victor tell Bill he knows about his conversation there because he had Bill followed?
You had me followed.
Okay. I'm sorry. All right? I owe you an apology.
But there's also the myth of Andromeda, found in the Star Village in the form of admittedly wonkily placed steel garbage cans. She was the daughter of the king and queen of Ethiopia, Cepheus and Cassiopeia, 2 5-star constellations that can be formed out of the Red Village Voice news boxes.
Millions of years of evolution. Right? Right? Men have to stick it in every place they can, but for women it is just about security and commitment and whatever the fuck else.
A little oversimplified, Alice, but yes, something like that.
The queen bragged that her daughter was more beautiful than all the nymphs of the sea, and so Poseidon sent the horrible sea serpent Cetus to torment their seaside kingdom. Cetus is formed by the location of rooted trees. The king and queen decided then to take the advice of one of Zeus's oracles and chain their daughter to a seaside rock, King Kong style, so that Cetus could have his way with her, and everyone could go home happy, I guess. But then Perseus, on his way home from killing Medusa, saw this, fell in love with Andromeda's beauty, slew Cetus for her, and took her to be his bride. Basically the original Prince Charming story.
Why do you think Ziegler invites us to these things every year?
This is what you get for making house calls.
But emphasizing the fear parents feel about what the future has in store for their beautiful offspring. Will it be a charming prince who descends from the heavens and protects her evermore? Or will it be a hideous monster that gobbles her up? At the end of the Harford story, They seem to have reached some kind of calm about the issue as they watch Helena drift away into the crowd at Hamley's toy store. And I'm sorry, I know I said I wasn't going to do this, but I must tell you that we have another 587 section of Ovid that first mentions Perseus, perhaps coincidentally, right as Bill leaves Domino and heads toward Nick, with Perseus slaying Cetus in the line that would correspond to our last shot of Nick. Alice thought she'd been rescued from the sea monsters of the world by her Prince Charming, only when her business went under, when her dreams for the future petrified, where was Bill then? Does he even care about his wife's art and what it means to her? Or is he more interested in his own aspirations, becoming a man like Lou or Victor? He cares enough about Lou to go pay his respects the night of his death, but what he didn't notice was that this landscape painting in the ritzy apartment jumped over to the Artemis Gallery by the next afternoon. And Artemis must be doing some pretty good business, because that painting and 2 others sold to Sharky's Coffee House by that evening. Thanks to this, the artworks in the village form the shape of the constellation for Pisces, with the heads of the 2 fish defined by these shifting pieces. The myth goes that the fish, sometimes sharks, are the forms Venus and Cupid took to escape the most fearsome of all sea monsters, the dreaded Typhon. And the painting of the woman in the green dress shows Astarte, the Semitic form of Venus, while the Eros sign was in a window across the street, probably part of the number 6 apartments that are now the number 14 apartments. So not just beautiful daughters, but even the gods of love sometimes have to escape terrible sea serpents. And this is the test of the Harford's love. Whether one or both of them will need to chain themselves to a rock by the sea if they want their little 7 to ever see 15. Can the Harfords succeed, even without that Soho Art Gallery? And what does Amanda Curran have to do with it? The full answer takes us back out of the Star Village, so while we're still here, remember from Mass Mirror how Victor's star wreaths, which appear to be modeled upon the Star of Ishtar and the Star of Sopdet, have a mother-daughter relationship involving Venus? In the Star Village, they form the Eros Sagitta only during the homophobia sequence, when the mother stars appear behind the boys and the daughter stars appear behind Bill. The arrowhead star playing the part of the Star of Bethlehem. Sagitta has 2 stories. First, it was the arrow used by Hercules to kill the eagle eating Prometheus's liver every day, a side quest he performed on his way to complete his 11th labor, retrieving the golden apples of Hesperides from Draco. So, perhaps that's why our best view of golden apples comes in the first shot of mother and daughter alone together. And the second story is that it's the arrow Apollo used to kill Cyclops for making the lightning bolt that killed his son, Ophiuchus. There's 3 cool things about that. 1, Ophiuchus has a constellation that is formed out of the fashion shops, and the star that marks Rainbow is named for Roger Chaffee, who died in the first Apollo test flight. Also, when Rainbow turns into Sharkies, there's an artwork of a mother and daughter resting on a chase lounge called Hush, that transforms into something resembling a famous, oft-reimagined sculpture of Apollo riding his chariot through the sky with Aurora. So we may have a mother-daughter Apollo image in this place. I should say, I've also been finding some bas-relief examples of male rape myths, like Aurora stealing the young Cephalus for herself. So I've been wondering if even Bill has some sexual abuse in his youth that Amanda's overdose could be bringing back to mind for him. Abuse that might explain why he's spending the holidays with all these father figures and not his own parents. Either way, we have a note of Apollo here, and his wife was Thalia, the goddess of comedy, proving once and for all that not only are women funny, but they basically invented jokes, okay? Debate over. This may explain why the one building these wreaths mark is a parody of The Little Owl, the real-life cafe that served for the establishing shots of the Central Perk in the hit 90s sitcom Friends. While the other one bears no small resemblance to Tom's Restaurant, the coffee shop from that other hit 90s sitcom, Seinfeld. Then notice that the two coffee houses Bill enters share a certain color palette with the insides of these other fictional diners. Sober, neon, and sterile for Gillespie's. Warm, cozy, shabby chic for Sharky's. I guess when Apollo gets revenge, he does so with his lady love in mind.
You're looking for Peter Groening?
Yes, I am.
Notice also that Thalia is related to Talia, which is the name of Pentamerone's answer to Sleeping Beauty.
Do you think that's funny?
And 3. When we're thinking about Sharky's as part of the Big Dipper sequence, the star associated with the building was called Ak by the Egyptians, which meant the eye. And isn't that exactly how we picture the Cyclops going down? Sajida punching right into his one eye, splitting it in two in the moment of his death. Some of you will recall from Mass Mirror how Clockwork had that Middle-earth poster, giving the film a connection to Lord of the Rings, about the battle against the great Cyclopean, Sauron. Sharky's, which happens to be the name Saruman takes after being kicked out of Orthanc, contains this painting, never seen in the finished film, of Wagner's epic opera, The Ring Cycle, the French name for which is L'Or du Rhin. Back to the mother-daughter stars. When Bill leaves Nuala and Gale, the next shot shows him moving toward the same grand stair where he first met the Zieglers, with the stars of Sopdet and Ishtar to the left and right of this perspective respectively. Was Nuala closer to the daughter star? Gale to the mother? Gale's not old enough to be Nuala's mother, but she does appear to be the more mature of the two. So what I'm thinking is that part of Alice's outrage about those two girls is that Bill appears not to know the difference between mother and daughter, claiming to know how all women think.
Women don't. They basically just don't think like that.
He's trapped them in a monochromatic category together, women, that needed splitting apart. For Bill, it would be a step up for him to get to black and white thinking on this, another step to get to a spectrum perspective, and another to go where the rainbow really ends and becomes the constellation. Indeed, right before he's chased into Sharky's, he sees that menorah in the window of Naomi's Nails, a shop named for a woman in the Bible who helped her daughter-in-law, Ruth, scheme her way into the heart of a wealthy landowner.
Do you know Nuala Windsor?
No, and it's very, very lovely to meet you.
Before Ruth decided it was better to turn the seduction into a legal marriage.
Because I'm married.
This plan worked, and made it so that Ruth ended up the great-grandmother of King David, and so the many times great-grandmother of Jesus. Of course, Bill manages to resist the wiles of Nuala, but how would he feel if he thought Alice was doing the same thing with little Helena? Even if this mother-daughter arrow was aimed squarely at the eye of mighty Sauron and his villainous underling, Sharky. Before we move forward, There's also a father-son element to be considered here. I've alluded to the fact that Alice's naval officer story is a bit of code for the fact that she might like to add a little naval officer to the Harford brood. Well, she begins her story directly opposite that Soho establishing shot of Wooster and Grand.
He was checking into the hotel, and he was following the bellboy with his luggage to the elevator.
The Wooster name stood out to me because I discovered reason to look into every other film and show ever filmed at one of the real mansions seen in the film. And this included the hit 90s British sitcom Jeeves and Wooster, which filmed several episodes in the space used for the Somerton orgy. And the Harford's own 3 copies of Hugh Laurie's The Gun Seller. Here, Alice gives a description of the naval officer being assisted by a lackey. The attractive man in this scenario is the one being assisted, just as Wooster is assisted by Jeeves.
What do they call you around here, Jeevesy?
Grady, sir. Delbert Grady.
He's also the one doing the following, just as Bill is followed by the bald stalker, past Wooster. Why would anyone be afraid of being assisted by a follower? Perhaps because most Type A personalities feel that they should be totally self-sufficient, totally singular, and in control of their lives and destinies. When we start to depend on others, where does it end? How do we keep such a dynamic from totally overwhelming us to the point where the others aren't just others, but a secret society with a will of its own? And it's in this land of Alice's failed art career, the result of others not coming to her aid, that Bill becomes terrified by such a follower. Perhaps because Bill enjoys his position as the one being assisted by his wife, likes being followed around by her, and likes having things his way. With a 7-year-old daughter, which for some reason grants him the right to flirt with young models. If this order were neutralized or even upended by the addition of a son, who knows what kind of chaos would be unleashed? Maybe Bill's life would start to seem less like a quest to expand his own glory, hobnobbing with New York's finest, and more like a servant's role in expanding Alice's dreams. Such arrangements don't simply hold themselves in place, do they? They do seem to come at a price.
That osteopath you sent me to, the guy that worked on my arm, you ought to see my surgeon now. The guy's terrific.
He's a top man in New York.
Oh, I could have told you that looking at his bill.
In the upper-class rainbow he sees himself as a stripe in, Wooster is much closer to the purple than to the red. But compared to Jeevesy's financial prospects, he's more like a yellow or an orange. The comedy comes from the fact that Jeeves is intellectually the red to Wooster's purple, leaving us wondering endlessly to what extent this mental child can take advantage of his angelic guardian. And perhaps this is why Bill's journey takes him into the homes of the most disadvantaged, the struggling, the functional, the comfortable, the very comfortable, and the ones almost beyond imagination. How can you go where the rainbow ends if you've never tasted it? So far we've looked at relatively simple forms of order and chaos, and one massive form of chaos in the HIVillage. Now we'll look at a massive form of order, which the HIVillage helped me realize. You'll recall how Wren Street and Bush Street seem to be reminding us of the existence of St. Stephen, whose feast day is December 26th. Well, in the HIVillage, they're the same street. So that got me wondering if we could peg down the specific days that the film takes place. Here's what we know for sure. The action takes place across 4 days, starting in the evening of the first day and ending in what seems to be the afternoon of the fourth day. The film ends with Christmas shopping.
I hope Santa Claus gets me one of these for Christmas.
You do?
So we know we don't quite make it to the 25th. And the poster outside Sonata Cafe lets us know that this is December of 1998. Here's my guess. We start on December 19th, the feast day of St. Nicholas. Bill is meeting Nick for the first time in 10 years on this day.
How long's it been? Oh, geez, I don't know. 10 years? A couple.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the Harfords supposedly live in the San Remo building across from Central Park. San Remo is the Italian name for Saint Romulus of Genoa, whose feast day used to be December 22nd. There's other saints in the film, but these two give us 4 days apart in December. The traditional Jewish day begins and ends at sundown, which would mean that these 4 days would only be 3 Jewish days. In 1998, they were the first, second, and third day of the 4th month of Tevet, another 1-2-3 combo. Hanukkah usually ends on the 2nd of Tevet, at sundown, Bill's failed rescue mission.
She died this afternoon.
Yes, at 3:45 p.m. I'm sorry.
That's 47 minutes to sundown in New York on this day, the darkest day of the year, December 21st. Google Maps has it taking 80 to 90 minutes from Manhattan out to Oyster Bay. Somerton couldn't be more than 10 minutes further. Back home, we can still see a bit of twilight and the night's first stars, well past the 4:32 of sundown. So it's possible, and I would say very likely, that Amanda died while Bill was standing around outside Somerton at the end of Hanukkah. The Islamic day also begins at sundown, and their calendar also shifts around from year to year, such that these 3 days in 1998 were the first 3 days of the holy fasting month of Ramadan. The 2nd of Ramadan is significant for Muslims, it being the day Moses received the Torah on Mount Sinai after he and 73 of his friends went up to see the face of God. The article about Amanda Curran's overdose states that she was rushed away to New York Hospital in critical condition. So she died in hospital, which we soon see was Mount Sinai. You'll probably recall that Moses also received the 10 Commandments on Mount Sinai, so maybe this is why Kearns' body is found inside drawer number 10. For the record, Mount Sinai is also known as Horeb in Hebrew, spelled H-R-B. Julie Kearns made the point that when Bill tells Amanda she's going to need some rehab, there's a lamp behind them in these 2 scenes that first featured a twisted neck, but which becomes smooth and straight once Mandy's been revived. Kearns associates this to 2 passages in the Bible about twisted things, the first of which having to do with the sex worker innkeeper Rahab, who helped some Hebrew spies hide in her hotel before taking over the town of Jericho. The highway Bill is passing along through Oyster Bay would have earlier taken him through the town of Jericho. And fun fact, the Near Eastern city of Jericho is considered the oldest city on Earth, with settlements dating back to the 9600s BCE. Its name means moon, which is also what Sinai is thought to derive from. So Moses got a lot of important information from the mountain of the sun and the moon. At first I thought Kearns' notion could possibly be a stretch, despite the fact that Rahab used a twisted red cord to help with the invasion, and our possible sex worker here is also sitting next to a twisted red phone cord, which itself transforms into some drug paraphernalia.
Speedball or a snowball or whatever the hell they call it. You know, it's heroin and coke.
Heroin and coke.
Then one day I was considering that the prices for all the chicken and fish behind the Gillespie's server here might be Bible codes, and sure enough, 675 can only be one passage from 1 Chronicles that describes how the tribe of Asher will be given the land of Rachov, which is spelled the same as Rachab, and means the same thing, a wide open place or a road. By the way, recall that the Trojan War took place in what is modern-day Turkey, so this price corresponding to hot open Turkey is cute. So we have 2 possible references to a place and a person named Rachab. And aren't those words spelled with the same letters as Horeb? What would the significance be of words in ancient Hebrew being jumbles of one another? If Mount Horeb was the mountain of the sun, would that associate Rachab to the sun? Was she a secret daytimer in the land of the nighttime? Another quirk of ancient Jewish timekeeping is how they kept 12 hours a day for the darkness of night and 12 hours a day for the lightness of morning. Not rigid 60-minute hours, but hours that expanded and contracted to be divisible by however much actual darkness and actual light there is in a given day. In New York, across these 3 days, the length of the day is 555 minutes. Shot 555 is the last shot of Bill having his confrontation with Ziegler about the fate of a woman he thought was Aurora. So can we look at each shot in the film as symbolic of each Jewish day minute, starting at 7:17 a.m. for shot 1 and running up to 4:31 p.m. for shot 555, before 32 final shots, which I suppose would symbolize the first 32 minutes of night, ending at 5:03 p.m., which looks a bit like a backwards 302. And so a sort of rotationally symmetrical Eos, the Greek goddess of the dawn. Then I figured we could do it the other way. So the first 32 shots are the last 32 minutes of night. When we do that, Amanda the Dawn Quran now appears in the first minute of day, the breaking of dawn, while the Apollo and Daphne sculpture appears at 7:15 a.m. We can think of these as the dawn first and dusk last orientations. Okay, again, can't cover every dazzling alignment, but I think we can cover the spoken references to time. So, when Bill's office manager, Lisa, herself named for a West African goddess of the sun and sky, is asked about his appointments for the afternoon, she tells him,
I think it's just Mrs. Akeley at 2:30 and Mrs. Kaminsky at 4.
So 4, according to the dawn first arrangement, would bring us to shot 524, which is Ziegler saying,
All they did was put Nick on a plane to Seattle.
Kaminsky is one of the doctors HAL 9000 snuffs out during their space flight to Jupiter in 2001.
All they did was put Nick on a plane to Seattle.
To confuse the issue, the dusk last arrangement moves 4 p.m. to shot 556, showing that someone has climbed down the Harford chimney to leave them a present with 49 diamonds and 29 pearls. If this was jolly old St. Nightingale, then not only is he not dead, but he's continuing to carry out covert operations for Victor. Was there some way for us to know that Nick is the locksmith next to the burned-out Eros sign across from Milich's when he's deactivating his alarm system? As for 2:30, this would be shot 434, which is the last shot of Bill's face before he reads the rejection letter from Somerton. He takes the letter in shot 432, same as the death of day. If this is the in-universe 3:45 p.m., the minute Amanda sailed off into eternity, wouldn't one of these shots spell the exact moment? Shot 432 ends at 1:51:02, exactly 1 minute from the end of this scene. So perhaps the complete minute of 3:45 comprises shots 433 to 436. Why would Amanda's death sync with this symbolic moment of Bill's missed meeting with Mrs. Akerley? First, there aren't many notable Akerleys spelled this way, but one really cool one is Samuel Akerley, who helped found the New York Institute for the Blind, which was originally found on Spring Street. Bill's rescue mission may have as much to do with Nick, last seen walking blindfolded to his doom. That's the Akerley side of things, the name found in the film's subtitles. But it occurred to me that this is not what Lisa actually says.
I think it's just Mrs. Akeley, Mrs. Akeley, Mrs. Akeley, Mrs. Akeley.
Even if her New York accent was dropping the R sound, she pronounces the R in 30 and 4 a second later.
I think it's just Mrs. Akeley at 2:30 and Mrs. Kaminsky at 4.
So, no. She's saying Akeley, and there's many ways of spelling Akeley. Two worth considering. The first connects us to 2001's opposite, The Shining, where Wendy is seen reading Catcher in the Rye, which features the character Akeley, Holden's neighbor at boarding school, and whom Holden suspects of exaggerating his claims of sexual experience. This more reminds of the Dusk Last version of 2:30, which is that Wooster and Grand shot, marking the end of Bill's time playing the swingin' dick with Sally. The other spelling of Akeley is most famously attached to Thomas Akeley, a famous playwright of Shakespeare's day, who wrote for a troupe of actors called Queen Elizabeth's Men. By incredible coincidence, Cate Blanchett was hired while riding high on the awards circuit for playing that very same Elizabeth. Almost none of Akeley's writings survive, despite his celebrity and friends in high places. One of the few things we have left of his is The Wedding of Cupid and Psyche, a 233-line poem in Latin reproducing everyone's favorite segment of the world's second oldest novel, the Roman serial drama known as Metamorphoses. So this 2:30 appointment reminds of Ziegler's downtown New York mansion, shown to be 233 Madison Avenue at the corner of East 37th Street, wherein we find that Cupid and Psyche style statue. But in the myth, the god of love and sex succeeds at reviving his lost lady love. That doesn't seem to be what's happening here. Well, recall that Bill's mission started with all those Orphism paintings about, a movement named for that legendary Greek musician who helped Jason and the Argonauts quest for the Golden Fleece, and who ventured into the underworld to retrieve Eurydice, who had been chased by a satyr into a nest of vipers. His glorious music convinces Hades to release her, but on the condition that he walk her out without looking back. Orpheus almost makes it, but, like Bill, can't help himself, and loses his true love forever. We've seen BQR means mourning, but it can also spell bakar, meaning to search or to inquire.
If you make any further inquiries, or if you say a single word to anyone about what you have seen, there will be the most dire consequences for you and your family.
And the deadly three-tone song that follows Bill can be translated as research music or search music. So by missing his appointment with Mrs. Akeley, Bill gets to watch this searched after Aurora car drive back up the path to Somerton. Bill's plate is a doctor's plate featuring the standard MD, and that means cloak in Hebrew. Though if we read it the other way, DM, that's Hebrew for blood or murder. So while Bill is rejected in his search for the morning by a man we may suspect to be the Red Cloak, it seems he's still got a bloody cloak of his own. And why would we read it both ways? Oh, I don't know.
You see, he takes a word like dim in one line and twists it, you see, and comes back as mid-region of weir.
And in case Bill's car looks black to you, as it did to me, look closer and notice that it's very dark green. Did we see another green cloak in the film?
What on earth is going on here?
Oh, Village, I can explain everything.
Also, you may have noticed that Bill's license plate features 9987, while the Somerton car features 123, hinting at a kind of backwards-forwards way of counting numbers, but suggesting the absence of the middle 3. Could we close the gap by realizing the time to be 3:45? That would still leave 6, which was Amanda's position on the clock formation of the ritual, and perhaps that's our cue to remember that research music is composed entirely of the 6th, 7th, and 8th tones of the chromatic scale. So it's like Amanda was with Bill in a way, but only in the Orphic sense of music. Also, it may be worth noting that Bill's plate plus Somerton's plate is equal to Omega plus Golden Rainbow plus Isis. But also, we're going to see an 865 later, one with an association to being locked out of somewhere forever and ever. That said, Golden Rainbow is the same as Pharaoh plus Solid Gold, so we could have an 8325 on our hands, which is another number we're going to see later, associated to the Red Cloak. Anyway, her death is given as an overdose suicide, but if Bill returning to Somerton is what triggered it, we might perceive it as a kind of murder. OD, the term for overdose, is used by Ziegler and the New York Post article.
Come on. It was always going to be just a matter of time with her. Remember? You told her so yourself. You remember the one with the great tits who OD'd in my bathroom?
This could be multiple Hebrew words of note, but the two that really interest me are eternity, since that's what Amanda's overdose opens the door to, and witness, or testify, as in...
She was a junkie. She OD'd. There was nothing suspicious. Her door was locked from the inside. The police are happy. End of the story. Come on. It was always going to be just a matter of time with her. Remember? You told her so yourself. You remember the one with the great tits who OD'd in my bathroom?
What might Amanda have witnessed in Ziegler's bathroom, in the shadow of the 6-month pregnant Paula, that would require her to enter eternity at 3:45 p.m.? Also, the number values of O and D are 70 and 4. What are all these 74s about? When Bill finally witnesses Amanda's naked corpse for himself many hours later, the song for solo piano that is heard above Amanda's corpse is Franz Liszt's Grey Clouds. Liszt was one of only a handful of famous composers who ever adapted the Orpheus myth to music. It's thought this was inspired by the work of his good friend Pierre-Simon Belanche, who saw Orpheus as a kind of role model for enlightened Europeans, and wrote his own book on Orpheus, in which the Greek prophet's story ends by disappearing into clouds of his own. And just while I'm on the subject of Amanda's death time, let me remind how 3:45 is the last shot of Bill being interrogated, before Aurora saves his bacon, leading to an exchange that is functionally concluded by shot 354. In fact, the dusk last version of the shot of her saving him associates to 12:30, which is the time Nick was supposed to begin his second set of music at Sonata, before getting called 90 minutes away to get started around 2 at Somerton. Here's 3:45 p.m. in Dusk Last. It's in this moment that Bill asks if Victor's seen her overdose notice and watches him stretch it out, in the exact same part of the screen as her corpse occupied when Bill first laid eyes on her. And here's 3:45 p.m. dawn first, shot 509, wherein Ziegler says,
And I think you just might have the wrong idea about one or two things.
After having just confessed to knowing what happened last night, and everything Bill's been doing since. So, whatever really became of Amanda the Don Quran, Ziegler needs Bill to know that his own interpretation is wrong at the moment of the Jewish day symbolizing her death. 47 minutes to dusk, 47 shots to the end of this scene. And, fun fact, the male gaze version of this shot isolates the purple 4 ball, while the female gaze gives us 35 points worth. 435. Can you believe I've come this far without even hinting at the meaning of 345? Well, that's going to have to wait because it's finally time we arrived at the password for the house.
May I have the password, please?
Fidelio.
Pierrette springs into existence on the final Fidelio, only to whisper something about ermines in Bill's cloak. The most incredibly subtle reference to ermine comes to us thanks once again to Julie Kearns' incredible research, where she noticed that this mysterious portrait of a 19th century noblewoman also appeared on a wall in the 1955 British comedy A Yank in Ermine. It featured Diana Decker, a.k.a. Jean Farlow from Lolita, another film featuring a sort of ermine creature at the halfway point. Domino's summer ermine coat has a very similar zigzag pattern as the one on Milich's night robes, Milich being a purveyor of domino masks. Bill receives Fidelio right beneath Los Armiños, and it gets him in where he can see the Earl of Carnarvon's coat of arms, which feature an ermine spot. But if ermine were the password, would it matter that it came from the lips of Pierrette, a name that ultimately derives from Peter?
You're looking for Peter Groening.
Yes, I am.
He moved to Chicago over a year ago.
Peter means rock, like earth, and Groening derives from green, just like this Greenwich village Bill's had no trouble moving about in. Also, recall how Rainbow Fashions is modeled after Patricia Field's House of Field. So the password for the house is referenced opposite our entry into this House of Field. And Bill does get the first password from Todd Field. And is it just me, or does Pierrette's head shape look like Green Swirl's head shape, she who is 4210 and a jumble of the taxi code, and of whom Bill is a mere fraction? She who corresponds to a Burmese princess dancer, like the Cambodian dancers hanging around Bill's office. Or to the 3 orange trees painting with all those dizzying associations. Does that mean the password is Field, or Ermine, or Pierrette? Why would any of those be interesting? Turns out there's a third password in the film, pretty easy to overlook. When Milich and Bill enter Rainbow for the first time, Milich deactivates the alarm, which requires him to punch in a 5-digit code on this 4x4 grid, which is its own weird thing, because if we zoom in, we see that he hits buttons in all 4 columns. But security panels like these would only feature a 3x3 part for the numbers, so he would have to be hitting a non-number somewhere in the middle of the password, like the taxi cab code. Now, remember, the HIVillage is about Bill not realizing that when he enters Gillespie's, it's like he's entering Pandian Pizza. And when he enters the Hotel Jason, it's like he's entering the Verona restaurant. Entering Rainbow is entering Sharky's. Milich punches his password right between this wall hanging of butterflies and this painting of Ophelia. Not the same butterflies from Lolita's Ermine Room, but still. It's called Eyed Nymphs, from an ancient zoology catalog, the order of which form fascinating connections with the 8 women we see getting boomed away. But the one I must mention here are the final 2, showing the front and back side of the Apaturina Erminia. So we do actually have an Ermine lining Milich's password, but is Ermine the password? Let's ask Ophelia, whose death is one of Hamlet's great mysteries. Was it an accident, or a suicide, or both, or neither? In the last scene of her living, she appears to be insane, handing out flowers while her family disintegrates. It's been noted that her flowers could have been used to induce an abortion, which might explain her desire to die. When she's found, in Act 4, Scene 7, to have drowned in the gentlest of brooks, the family is flabbergasted, everyone trying to guess the contents of Ophelia's mind prior to death. In the scene opposite her appearance, Bill and Alice debate the mind of Alice's hypothetical woman patient.
Sex is the last thing on my mind when I'm with a patient.
Now, when she is having her little titty squeezed, do you think she ever has any little fantasies about what handsome Dr. Bill's dicky might be like?
I can assure you, sex is the last thing on this fucking hypothetical woman patient's mind.
And what makes you so sure?
Having just spent 5 years poring over Kubrick's final 8 films, I can tell you this last line of Alice's is a unique moment. The end clips off halfway through the last word, sure, right before opposite Bill enters Sharky's backwards, taking Ophelia off the mirrorform image.
And what makes you so sure? And what makes you so sure? And what makes you so sure? And what makes you so sure?
This would have been the easiest thing in the world to fix for the most inexperienced of audio engineers. And you can hear an ambulance siren behind Alice's voice, whose wailing even seems to emphasize the cutout.
And what makes you so sure? And what makes you so sure?
Stanley Kubrick, the great hoarder and multiple takes taker, would not have had only one take of Kidman's performance for this scene, and or could have easily asked her to drop by an ADR lab to retake the audio if there just happened to be the one take left with irrevocably damaged audio. I mean, a mistake like this isn't just a standout in the Kubrick canon, it would be shocking in any film. Stylistically, it plays beautifully with the idea of Ophelia's willow branch breaking, taking her down into the shallow pond, where what happened exactly? We covered the strangeness of Gertrude's report in Mass Mirror, but what I didn't tell you was how, as Bill leaves the watchful eye of Ophelia to investigate Amanda's death, he finds her at Mount Sinai, yeah, but the inside of the hospital is played by the Chelsea and Westminster Hospital in London, England, which is bordered by Gertrude Street and Nightingale Place. Also, Mount Sinai at 1010th Street happens to be right across the street from where Up the Down Staircase was filmed. It's also where John Lennon was pronounced dead after first being shot right here, right next door to the Hartford home, right across West 74th Street. Also, the Chelsea Hospital contains an artwork by the woman who designed the Sgt. Pepper cover called Aunt Gertie Burning. But yeah, why would Gertrude feel the need to lie about Ophelia's death? Why does Ziegler tell such a strange story about Amanda's, or the vanishment of Nick? So I think this is the point. What makes Bill so sure of the mind of even the most fucking of hypothetical woman patients? Does he understand her reality so completely that he could know it without having to make further inquiries? Or might he benefit from sitting down and puzzling out the numbers? When we think of Ophelia being mentally ill, do we favor suicide as her reason for entering eternity? If she was trying to abort a secret pregnancy, what would be the point if she always meant to go drown in a brook? Maybe what's really unsettling is the not knowing. Maybe Ophelia's mind was a magisterial wonderland full of all kinds of feelings and opinions, and her life was simply, whatever the cause or reason, cut short. We won't know unless we become interested. We won't know unless we ignore or try to see through the word of Ziegler.
Was it the second password? Is that what gave me away?
Yes, finally. But not because you didn't know it. It's because there was no second password.
He says while passing the ball for the man who received the first password, and the ball for the woman, who might be our principal Ophelia figure. And now for another of Julie Kearns' great insights, although she didn't realize that Burt Reynolds is referenced not twice, but twice in the film. Sharky's Coffee House sort of shares a name with a 1981 Burt Reynolds film called Sharky's Machine. This story also involves a mysterious suicide, but more significantly includes this moment of the detective Tom Sharkey using a number code to decrypt a woman's name by using the letters associated with numbers on his rotary phone, where we have a domino right above an Ophelia. So now I'll just say it. I think the password for the house is Ophelia. But there are other reasons. Reason 1. Ophelia and Fidelio are like sound jumbles of one another. Ophelia, Fidelio. What might be an astonishing coincidence is that Milich's daughter is played by Lili Sobieski, a name that seems to draw the connection between these two words, with the third sound being Li in both. Reason 2. Fidelio, as Nick points out, is a Beethoven opera, just as Ophelia refers to a Shakespeare play, 2 stage productions. Reason 3. Rada Sherbia, who plays Milic, ascended to stardom in his native Yugoslavia by playing Hamlet, which gives his ermine-whispering daughter a Hamlet connection, if withholding her name was to allow us to speculate it to be, in fact, Ophelia, if she herself is the second password. Then her father's connection to what should be her star-crossed lover would be sort of apt, since the tortured relationship between Hamlet and her father Polonius would be a major component of her mental derangement.
Couldn't you see she's deranged?
But also, when the Red Cloak is asking for the password, opposite Milic is stabbing a finger at the girl and shouting,
"You little whore!"
She's the password. Finally, reason 4. Going back to the Sharky's Machine approach, there's 4 options for where the 3x3 part could be. If here, he would be pressing 5674, which could give us either J-oaf, K-oaf, or L-oaf. I like L-oaf, since this young woman is already what we would call a Lolita figure, who also whispers something in an older man's ear. And that code, 5674, brings us to a second of the mirror form, where Nick is receiving the first password, opposite Alice telling the part of her sex nightmare that goes,
As soon as you were gone, it was completely different. I felt wonderful.
If we think of the first password as Bill's password, since he's allowed to receive it through Nick, then Ophelia would be Alice's password, right? Going by the whole world egg subtext. So a dream where Bill's gone away is like a dream where Fidelio's gone away, and only Ophelia remains. You might be realizing how, if this isn't all a gigantic coincidence, the Somerton people, however theatrical the interrogation scene may have been, knew that there was a second password, just as Ziegler would know. What would they gain by first invoking, then suppressing that truth? Well, Fidelio means truth in a way, doesn't it? Ophelia is thought to come from the Greek, meaning benefit or help or profit. Others have noticed the weird thing about the first 2 shots of Bill and Alice, shots 5 and 8, where they're both seen in the library. Her version of the room is nice and bright, but hides all the books on the bookcase. His version lets us see the bookcase plainly, but the light has been spirited away. A moment later, we see the lamp has rejoined the apartment's largest collection of books in the living room where we meet Helena for the first time. So, Fidelio could speak to the truth inside these books, while Ophelia could speak to the assistance that light, natural or otherwise, provides in helping us make our way around the eyes-wide-open world. Maybe that's why we see the meaning of Mulder here, to remind us that the truth and the light are out there. And the rug linking to the rainbow room? That's the same rainbow room that the HIVillage places atop a bookshop and the El Calderon. Is this what one wins by knowing both passwords? Why wouldn't Ziegler want a pot of gold for his good friend Bill? The Irish subtext is not a small thing. Nuala was a figure of Irish folklore, either as the queen of the fairies beside King Finbarra, or as the ill-fated only daughter of King Lear, himself possibly the god of the sea, or derived from that god. Since that Nuala is transformed into a swan by her wicked stepmother and cursed to roam the lakes of Ireland for 900 years, these are watery myths. Also, if the Greenwich establishing shots are meant to resemble Cygnus, the Helen-spawning Zeus swan, we should note that the golden domino mask of Amanda's orgy mate is highly similar to the one on the face of this Nuala-looking woman in a cuddle party with Omega and this red heart mask. Then there's the Ballinatre piece, showing a spot near Molana Abbey where Redmond Fitzgerald is interred. Fitzgerald was a major player in the 12th century Norman invasion of Ireland, who worked alongside Richard de Clare, 2nd Earl of Pembroke. The Earls of Pembroke have largely been Herberts, from the same house of Herbert that controlled Somerton's own Highclere Castle, while the Earls of Pembroke ruled from Wilton House, where Lord Bullingdon thinks he's gotten the better of the insolent Irish upstart, Redmond Barry. I suspect this is part of why we have a story about the LIRR, which references the story from Ziegler's time, best visible in shot 533, which deals with the mind-boggling story of Colin Ferguson, who shot up the 533 train in December of 1993. He was the son of one of Jamaica's most prominent businessmen, who, to make a very complex story brutally short, lost both parents early in life and the family fortune along with them, inspiring him to seek greener pastures in New York, but found American racism to be such a bewildering and soul-crushing reality, it warped his mind to the point of mass murder. Again, to oversimplify, I think Kubrick's point here is about hierarchy. Ferguson was used to being a male member of the visible majority and upper class of Jamaican life. In the land of opportunity, he discovered exactly how far down the Rainbow Bridge one can slide. It's no excuse, of course, but it seems a reasonable explanation. The Norman invasion story is similar, but with an entire hierarchy that didn't exist before being imposed on the Irish by the Brits. The Lear character predates the English invasion, but the Children of Lear story is considered a product of the post-Christianization period.
Gale's Regiment of Foot, commanded by Lieutenant General Charles Gale.
A very subtle connection is the folkloric concept that King Lear's castle is Pakenham Hall, home to the Earls of Longford, while a biography of Lord Longford sits before the Harford sexiness, between two books about African apartheid. These books appear the second we cut away from Alice and the dapper Hungarian, and only reappear opposite the scene of Alice meeting him for the first time. Only now we've lost the two books having to do with Africa.
Well, I don't...
think it's quite that black and white, but I think we both know what men are like.
By the way, there's also The Wig My Father Wore by Irish magical realist author Anne Enright, which seems inspired by her time producing the Irish talk show Nighthawks, which featured the writing of Nuala Kelly. We'll return in time to the subject of men wearing wigs. But I thought it was neat that it's not just the Gales, but also some Nuala energy following us out of the Zieglers. Finally, there's Still Life in Ireland, which replaces View from the Kitchen in Winter while the Harfords are out meeting Nuala, and which looms over Alice's shoulder during the argument that spawned out of her inquiry about those two girls, here mirroring over the Anthony Norman story. Fun fact, Tom Cruise is a direct descendant of King Edward I, which makes him a direct descendant of King Henry II, who was king during the Anglo-Norman invasion of Ireland. So him being seduced by the Irish Queen of the Fairies almost 830 years after the Norman invasion is pretty on point.
Beautiful scotch.
That's a 25-year-old. I'll send you over a case.
No, please.
Sure.
No.
Why not?
No.
Because Bill is one of Queen Elizabeth's men. He would never betray her or hurt her in any way.
What makes me an exception is that I happen to be in love with you. And because we're married, and because I would never lie to you or hurt you.
Ilona, meanwhile, is the name of the Hungarian Queen of the Fairies, so perhaps it's extra apt that Alice's part is to be seduced by the dapper Humber Sawis.
My name is Humber Sawis. I'm Hungarian.
He's played by Sky Dumont, whose German name means of the mountain. So in him we have a bit of a one-man world egg. Sky and Earth. Sky Dumont. His blue flower further underscoring how Alice has nothing to gain by fusing with this already self-sufficient figure. As discussed, his role emphasizes how Bill and Alice flirt within these father-daughter dynamics. Bill's validation of Humber, while denying his own part in such a dynamic, is what triggers their fight. When the fight really starts ramping up, when Alice says,
"If you men only knew."
We see two feature films behind her head, Helen of Troy and Rapa Nui, along with the Olympics documentary. Both of these films are essentially about two men fighting over a woman who pays a steep price to be at the heart of their rivalry and jealousy. The Trojan War is a fabulous myth, but it's something like an apocalypse to the people it concerns. And the rivalry between the two men on Easter Island leads to the cutting down of the last tree, which was once believed to have resulted in ecocide upon the island. The names Rapa Nui and Easter Island were imposed upon it by outsiders. The name the indigenous people used is thought to be Te Pito o Te Kainga Haumaka, meaning the navel of the world. You may recall that Apollo slew the fearsome python at Delphi, where the omphalos, or navel, stone, marked the navel of the universe. When that's being described by Ovid in Metamorphoses, Bill passes the painting Presents for Tourists, which features a little golden moai amidst the other cultural figurines. And isn't it a younger naval officer who caught Alice's eye last summer, at Cape Cod no less, where pearls might be wrested from the sea? And aren't we all first attached to our mothers through the navel?
Well, I don't think it's quite that black and white, but I think we both know what men are like.
But do they both know what women are like? That certain women might enjoy a certain kind of younger man in their sexual adventures. A big, obvious theme in the source novella is the Bill character's fear of the future, his fear of the domino effect, of one thing leading to another and another. Like how a bunch of homophobes questioning one's manliness can lead one to chance an encounter with an AIDS-infected sex worker. the Harfords have produced a daughter, yes, but this has not stopped Helena's parents from engaging in these father-daughter dynamics. Alice's confession about a younger man seems to mean that she would like to flip the script to achieve an equilibrium of sexual perversity. This leads right into passionate kisses for Bill from an older woman, which he rejects, at least at first. His next kiss comes from a sociology major named Domino, sitting atop a tree of life, the very symbol of everything that has ever grown out of our deepest origins, the domino effect of eternity. When he and Nick catch up, he learns that Nick has 4 sons, and jolly old Mr. Nightingale seems to be playing the field. Maybe having a son doesn't have to mean being sexually replaced in the mind of the woman you're stuck being married to till death do you part.
By now, he's probably back with his family, banging Mrs. Nick.
Alice meets Humber thanks to being stood up by Bill at Ziegler's bar.
I'll meet you where? At the bar?
Good.
The word bar and the word Ben are 2 of the most recurring words around the HIVillage.
Would you like a table, or would you like to sit at the bar?
I'd like a table.
When the bald stalker starts chasing him, they come into the village off Benton Street, which I think implies that that's where the chase started, and it ends with Bill racing toward his trusty taxicab and a bar called Bar. Both these words mean son of in the Jewish tradition. When Bill rips the $100 bill outside Somerton, he's ripping Ben Franklin in half. Taxi Man gets to keep 1 half, and if Bill survives the Somerton mission, this son of Franklin will be made whole again. In fact, directly opposite the rip, a Somerton goon appears, played by the film's assistant director, Brian Cook, who happens to share a name with Mrs. Brian Cook, through which Humbert murders Claire Quilty over his child, Lolita. The goon informs him that his driver would like a word, and probably the other half of Ben Franklin, which could be a relief for Bill at this point, if that's all it was. But if Bill is truly trying to put his world egg back together, to understand the mind of the wife he professes to love so much, and if figuring out the second password was part of that quest, then he fails. Big time. If the HIVillage and Somerton are dream worlds created by Alice's mind to instruct him on these things, it casts a woman in the savior role. First sacrificing herself to protect him from not knowing Ophelia, and then drawing his attention down and away from noticing Ophelia, with news of the seeming results of that sacrifice. When Alice begins her tale about handsome Officer Naval, the opposite action is the totally hairless, eyebrowless stalker following him up Benton, past a red Chrysler Neon with the license plate ADM. In Hebrew, this is Adam, the first man, through which every other human, and human frailty, is thought to derive. The domino that started it all. In fact, opposite that shot that marked 3:45 p.m. of the Jewish day, Amanda's death time, is this moment which sort of resembles Michelangelo's The Creation of Adam. It's at this moment that Lisa says,
Morning, Doctor. Mail?
As if asking Bill if he would like a little Adam of his own. It occurs exactly 1,200 seconds from where Bill first appears in the film. A number we've seen to be highly associated to time, that thing that life couldn't exist without. It's also 1 second from 12:55, Bill's number, when he's a creation of Somerton. On the opposite side of the film, this moment is 7,997 seconds, which feels like a nod to the digits on that ADM license plate, 799. To be clear, I don't think the bald stalker is Adam. I think part of what he represents is the fear felt by men like Bill, who see themselves as the hero of their own story, for all the ways a male child could exceed their own achievements. For the record, early Nokia phones, like Nick Nightingale's 1610 model, which might be the same model being sold for $49 here, reflecting in Domino's front door.
You live in there.
Yes.
Featured the creation of Adam in their boot-up screen. He pursues Bill past this baby-sprayed mailbox, one that magically appeared outside the Hotel Jason and Rainbow Fashions. A baby made of CMB, which appear above the stalker as he heads off in the direction of the El Calderon. Remember, those letters recall the epiphany of little baby Christ, followed here by a combined X and Y shape, which might symbolize the XY chromosome, a boy. Why is Bill afraid of the domino effect? Because it could lead to something bad happening, right? Well, as a sexual procreative entity who enjoys being such, what's the worst thing that could happen? In your lifetime, you could catch a fatal disease. After your lifetime, if you're the sort of person who wants to obtain a sense of immortality through your offspring, your descendants could meet an unfavorable end.
You're gonna need some rehab. You know that, don't you?
From a certain vantage point, the Abrahamic mythologies exist to assuage our fears about doomsday. On the one hand, you have God's promise to Noah, descendant of Adam, forebear of Jesus, never to cause the apocalypse again. And in the self-sacrificing Jesus, you have someone who dies childless, sure, but hey, he was always an expression of God, was the greatest person who ever lived, and will be in heaven for eternity, and so forth. So even though Jesus' suffering and ultimate doom is the epitome of every parentally minded person's worst fears for their family lines, it turns out it's actually no big deal. So you can relax and get back to baby making. Or not. It shakes out the same in the end. So why not just do it? We might consider what this means at the level of ideologies, which also have a way of spawning one another. Judaism spawned Christianity, which in turn spawned Islam. And who knows where things will evolve before whatever end our species has in store. The only thing we know for certain is that Judaism definitely did not impregnate Islam and then bring Christianity in to witness an induced overdose that would make a second and fatal induced overdose easier to believe and a source of guilt for Christianity. Okay? So, there. After all, as Ziegler merrily points out,
there was nothing suspicious. Her door was locked from the inside. The police are happy. End of the story.
It's not like he knows any locksmiths who know their way around locked doors. Bill probably just forgot that he left the mask on the pillow after dinner, and Alice kindly slept on the other side of the bed that night as not to disturb it. So keep calm and breed on. That is, unless the implications of Graham Joyce's Requiem should turn out to be true. In that book, our hero, Tom Webster, goes on a Da Vinci Code-esque journey, inspired by grief over his dead wife and sexual accusations against him, to Jerusalem, where a man leaves him some Dead Sea Scrolls with writings on it in the shape of a spiral, and which was written by Mary Magdalene, who is revealed to be Jesus' lover, and which gives the account that Jesus' death on the cross was faked, only for Jesus to be murdered anyway by Saul in order to make the church a haven for misogynists.
Fake.
Yes. Fake.
The spiral writing is suggested to be a sort of maze for the trapping and containing of an evil jinn spirit, only for Tom Webster to learn that he's now carrying around a jinn with him who eventually takes on the form of Magdalene and his dead wife, and finally himself. The cure will be for Mr. Webster to search through his dreams for a good jinn who can rescue him from the bad jinn. Okay, so there's a lot going on there. Skipping over the obvious bits, Mary Magdalene as a writer is echoed in Bill's possession of Botticelli's Madonna of the Magnificat, one of the few paintings of Mary of Nazareth, writing something down with one hand while holding a pomegranate in the other, this being a symbol of Persephone, female lord of the underworld in Greek myth, the one from which Orpheus retrieves his dead lover. The larger metaphor speaks to the role Alice and Aurora Amanda play in authoring Bill's experience in this film. As writer Mary sits behind him, Bill gets two vigorous flashes of Alice's sex fantasy, as if she directed a movie that's now flooding his mind. Would he even have made his Orphic journey if it wasn't for this? Maybe not. But then, what would that say about him? That he's a man unwilling to let his story be written, even a little tiny bit, by a woman's view of the world? The cool mirror-form thing about Requiem is that it appears opposite his time in Sharkies, where Mozart's Requiem is playing on the radio, specifically the passage called Rex Tremendae, a Latin phrase meaning king of tremendous majesty, as in God, which is the fifth of its 17 passages in the third section of 8, shortly following the Judgment Day passage. This is the piece Mozart was writing on his deathbed, which he came to believe was commissioned for his own funeral. Requiems usually are for funerals, so it's interesting that this would be playing with Ophelia in the room, while Bill reads of an overdose that has already resulted in death, unbeknownst to him.
What ceremony else?
That is Laertes, a very noble youth. Mark!
What ceremony else?
Her obsequies have been as far enlarged as we have warranty. Her death was doubtful, and but that great command o'ersways the order, she should in ground unsanctified have lodged till the last trumpet.
Must there no more be done?
No more be done. We should profane the service of the dead to sing a requiem and such rest to her as to peace-parted souls.
Lay her in the earth. And from her fair and unpolluted flesh may violence spring. I tell thee, churlish priest, a ministering angel shall my sister be when thou liest howling.
And there's another dead god in the room, the one over Bill's other shoulder, the Bronze Age Canaanite warren sex goddess Astarte. You might notice a similarity between ancient sculptures of her and her husband god El and a certain Mr. Redcloak. She's earlier seen in the window of the Artemis Gallery, itself named for the younger Iron Age solar deity of a place called Urartu, known to antiquity for his position atop a large iron cauldron from the period. So it's cool that we're seeing where the El Caldron bar is located in the reflection of this window, just as the Astarte painting is overlaying a reflection of Sharkies, where she will migrate, perhaps to remind that this new architecture is blocking Bill from getting to that place where the rainbow ends. Now, we could spend a long time looking at all the interconnections between the Semitic mythologies of the pre-Abrahamic Near East, but the key thing to know here is that Astarte appears in the Bible. A place named for her appears at Genesis 14:5. Researchers have apparently debated whether her name is etymologically connected to Asherah, who was, to put it simply, God's wife in numerous ancient Semitic religions. It's even possible Asherah's origins go back to the 18th dynasty of Egypt, where a stone called the Triple Goddess Stone calls her Kudshu Astarte Anat, which is about to get real interesting. But first know that the ancient Greeks also translated one of Asherah's 40 name drops in the Hebrew Bible into Astarte. They also translated her name to mean several tree species, including pomegranate trees and willow trees, like the one that killed Ophelia. So it's not just Daphne getting turned into wood. It's also God's ex-wife. Whatever the foremost believers in these deities felt, there was at least the perception among Egyptians and Greeks that Astarte was something like Asherah. Maybe this is because the even more ancient goddess Ishtar, also referenced in the Bible, is thought to have informed Astarte's myth, and was also called the Queen of Heaven, like Asherah. We've seen that it's Ishtar's stars swirling around Alice all throughout the party. But we neglected to notice that the mustache-shaped wreath Bill was standing under when he was totally not flirting with anybody guards the entrance of Sharky's, where Bill will sit between a different two girls. There's also a 6-pointed star wreath, only fully visible in the female gaze version, hanging in Milich's rainbow room. We could read this as a reference to the Star of David, or the seal of his son, Solomon. Since it used to be outside the Temple of Solomon, one could find a statue of Asherah, and a house for temple sex workers, who would perform sacred sex work at the temple. In 2 Kings 23:6 and 23:7, we learn of how God commanded for all that jazz to be burnt to a crisp and swept onto the graves of common idiots because he was going to be his own world egg from here on out. Why? Well, maybe because he didn't want to be thought of as ever being replaced by some silly child god. And then along came Jesus. Finally, Julie Kearns noted that the spiral-handled lamp beside Lou's corpse looks like the sort of magic lamp that would contain a djinn, like the ones on Helena's pajamas as she reads My Shadow, which was 1001 Nights in the source novella. Kearns suggested the lust demon Asmodeus with his connection to Aladdin, but I wasn't able to find a direct link between Aladdin and Asmodeus myself. However, I was able to find an analysis listing all the similarities between his story and Solomon's, who gets Asmodeus to help with the construction of his temple. It's a relatively simple build, with an entrance section, a sanctuary in the middle, and a final chamber containing the Ark of the Covenant, which itself contained the 10 Commandments. We've seen that many of the film's locations are simple rectangles like this, or divided into 3 sections like this. Domino's apartment is probably the best example, but the Harford bedroom area has that bathroom-bedroom-library layout. Ziegler's bathroom is a single rectangle, but it's dominantly divided into thirds by the giant glass-walled bathtub. In that spirit, his pool table does a similar thing to the pool room. Gillespie's could be one. The Sonata Cafe has the bar seating stage layout. Rainbow is like the bent version, with the suit section, the mannequin gallery, and the rainbow room, with the rug from the Harford Library. The Somerton orgy is one of the most interesting, with Bill passing through 3 areas of increasing intimacy, ending, again, in a library, where he's accosted by a domino-type woman. Then realize that cherubim are supposed to guard the divide between the sanctuary and the holiest of holies, and notice that that's what these little guys are doing in Domino's sanctuary, where Bill almost contracts the AIDS virus. Cherubim also guard the way to the tree of life once Adam and Eve are banished from paradise. If I'm right that Lou died of AIDS, then perhaps that's Kubrick's Asmodeus, the demon of lust, who gives shape to everything Bill experiences. Perhaps even killing Domino, Nick, and Amanda too. There's scarcely an aspect of his adventures that isn't asking him to think about 3 sectional spaces like Solomon's. The temple itself was destroyed in 587 BCE, which is the same as the number of shots that comprise this story, remember? You might think, wait, so 587 refers to multiple books of metamorphoses, 5 games of pool, the length of a Hebrew day in late December, plus 32, and the year the Temple of Solomon didn't know it was being destroyed in? And all I can say is that does seem to be the case. And there's 2 more coming, one of which I'll say now. To the Jews of 587 BCE, it was the year 3174 to 3175. And if we go back to their year of 587, we find ourselves at what we call 3174 to 3175 BCE, of which we only know one thing, it seems. The names of the first and second people we know the names of, the rulers of Upper and Lower Egypt, King Scorpion I and King Double Falcon. The falcons on his insignia, symbolizing Horus, face each other, while the ones on the Red Cloak's throne face away, but otherwise it's a striking similarity. One that suggests we might be dealing with history's furthest reaches here. So it's almost like this countdown through the 587 shots is us crossing the gap between the destruction of the holiest of holies, the temple of the 10 Commandments, and the birth of Christ.
Fuck.
To what does Alice think she's giving birth? Yeah, we're not quite done playing armchair anthropologists. When the 5th Earl of Carnarvon, George Herbert, hired Howard Carter to excavate King Tut's tomb in 1922, they found a processional ark that some hoped might be the Ark of the Covenant, squirreled away these past 2,500 years. And the reason we know it not to be is thanks to its measurements. God gave Noah and Moses very specific measurements for the things he had them build, described in cubits. A common cubit was divided into 6 palms at 4 fingers per palm, for 24 finger widths total. A royal cubit added a palm for 28 finger widths total. This caught my eye when I was looking into the King Tut subtext because there's a bar Bill passes right before passing the Astarte called KP's Bar and Grill. KP is 2 words in Hebrew, kaf, meaning palm or hollow, and kef, meaning rock or the hollow of a rock. So on the one hand, rock is the meaning of the Abrahamic name for the demon Asmodeus, whom they call Sakir. And palm is how you measure not only the Ark of the Covenant, but also Solomon's Temple, Noah's Ark, and the Tabernacle. The real London street baby man is chasing Bill along is Worship Street, such that they would have passed the intersecting street of Tabernacle. Now, some will recall my notion that the Harford apartment layout looks like King Tut's tomb. I covered this in Mass Mirror, but I didn't highlight the absurdity. Like that tiny little entrance hall leading to the world's smallest elevator, going by the windows to either side of it, or how it has windows looking in all 4 directions, in reality only Demi Moore's 3-story $45 million apartment at the San Remo featured wraparound windows. They also have a room that completely isn't part of the Tut layout, Helena's room, she who reminds of Helen of Troy, and the Hellenistic period, marking the end of 3,000 years of Egyptian dominance, itself evolving into the Roman Empire, which gave birth to Christianity. It's here that we find a gorgeous still life by Stanley's daughter Katerina, showing 2 bricks with a patchwork doll, a sphinx cat, a scarab beetle, and a pharaoh-looking figurine. It's like history is reflecting back on itself. Okay, now for the Sphinx. This was a falcon-winged, lion-bodied, woman-headed beast who devoured those who couldn't answer her riddles. Oedipus defeated her 2 best riddles, the answer to this riddle being a human, the answer to this riddle being night and day, causing the Sphinx to kill herself in shame. It's thought that Oedipus thus plays the role of transitioning culture from the Egyptian era to the Greco-Roman one, and you may recall a certain significance to the numbers 4 and 3 and 2 in our story, as well as to women in sets of 2, and of course, night and day. For the record, Freud felt that the night and day riddle was meant to address the question of where do babies come from, but maybe he just found the Sphinx's physicality to be sort of erotic. Now, the Great Sphinx of Giza was, we think, built for the pharaoh Khafra around 4,500 years ago. The Great Pyramid of Giza was built for his father Khufu as far back as 4,700 years ago. The Sphinx sits almost directly in front of the pyramid, just as Helena stands before Alice with the Sphinx behind them, or Bill before Ziegler. It's been noted that the placement and size of these objects may have something to do with where the sun sets on the horizon behind them throughout the year, the sun seeming to set on the Sphinx's shoulder at the spring and autumn equinoxes. The name Nuala means shoulder, and Bill does shake her hand off Gail's shoulder, and don't they express a certain feline displeasure when they lose Bill to the brickmaker's call? That said, the Sphinx is just our name for it. To the people of King Tut's day, it was known as Hor-Em-Akhet, Horus of the Horizon. Pharaohs, like Miss 244 here, were considered the living embodiment of Horus upon the earth. Her mask shape is doubled in Amanda's, which is why I've been calling her Isis, Horus's mother, who becomes Horus's lover after he saves her from his evil uncle Set, in what will remind many of the Hamlet storyline. Oedipus, on the other hand, stabbed his eyes wide shut when he realized he married and slept with his own mother. Another section I moved into Mass Mirror concerns whether the Great Pyramid of Giza is a truly golden pyramid. I'll skip to how it should have these ratios, and actually has these ratios. So we're off by 1/1000th in the height department, or what works out to be about 1.5 inches. This 1.5 inches would need to be evenly divided among the pyramid's 210 layers of stone, composed of around 2.3 million blocks. Imagine being the architect who wanted it to be golden, and then realizing, after half a century of construction, these blocks needed to be 0.007 inches thicker. Dang it. So, one of the issues is the slope of the pyramid. People say it should be one of these, and it's actually this, which seems to be halfway between them. That 5151 caught my eye because that was a significant time code in The Shining. But here, we can return to the phone numbers around the HIVillage to find 3111 itself floating through Domino's head, which brings us to 5151. This moment with the flirty clerk on one side and Domino looking all Sphinx-like on the other side. Behind the men are two little brochures with pyramidal designs on them, and right under Bill's chin in this moment is a store across the street that was earlier marked 271, when Domino was walking him to her apartment. And 271 is the part of the Giza code that's off by 1/1000th. Let me also remind some of you about Bill Watrous here, who played trombone on also Sprach Zarathustra, the jazz rendition of the song 2001 immortalized. It plays at the start of the last movie Peter Sellers made before his untimely death, Being There. And at 5151, we have a man passing through who happens to perfectly resemble Sellers' Pink Panther character, Inspector Clouseau. Bill passes a pink pussycat at the start of his village wanderings, and a shop called Mancini's, most likely named for Henry Mancini, who composed the film's iconic soundtrack. And the first Pink Panther film was also shot at the Luton Hoo estate, a.k.a. Ziegler's house. And haven't we been thinking a lot about Peters in the form of Pierrots and Pierrettes? But the main point seems to be how Sellers played the most powerful figures in two of Kubrick's early films, Quilty and Strangelove. And so this hearkening to Sellers' last film is to remind us of the meaning behind the name of this song. It's the name of one of Friedrich Nietzsche's best-known books, which deals with a lot of things people tend to forget about because of the book's most famous line, God is dead. That will be important in a little bit, but let's return to pyramid dimensions for a little. So we know the pyramid is 220 by 280 by 356 cubits, right? Well, we also know how many palms and fingers that would be, which is this many palms and this many fingers. The movie is at 92:17 seconds when it cuts to credits. This means that to break it down into 16th-sized chunks, you would have 16 groups of 576 seconds. If we think of 220 to 356 as a passage of time, it's 220 seconds from the end of this passage to the 576-second mark, and 220 seconds back to the beginning of the film. In other words, this 136 seconds floats perfectly in the middle of the first 16th of the movie. It's the same with the palms, only this passage is floating perfectly in the middle of the 1/8 and 2/8 marks, with 168 seconds as the wings of the core 816. And finally, the fingers float almost perfectly between the middle and end of the film, the 1/2 marks. In this instance, it's 11:11 from the middle to the start of the fingers and 11:13 from the end to the end of the film. So it's off by a second. If he'd made the film 2 seconds shorter to adjust for this would change the middle second of the film and throw things off for the shorter ones. And this way, the final second of his final movie gets to be 2:33:37, while 92:17 is a jumble of one of Lolita's important numbers. The overall point being, if Kubrick's goal was to give us a film length that would express the size of Giza, there were only 2 options that would give this kind of effect. And he seems to have gone with one of them. There's a mountain of things to say about the contents of these sections, like how 1320 is the first second of Bill, Alice, and Helena's only moment all together in Helena's room, which contains the Sphinx art, but I think it's best to leave that for the seriously curious. So I'll pivot now to a fun, kooky-sounding theory, who am I to judge, right, that I stumbled on while exploring this concept that nevertheless checks out mathematically, so far as I can tell. If we were to expand the dimensions of Giza so that the 220-cubit half of the base were now the same as the Earth's radius, the 280-cubit height would poke 60 cubits above the crust of the Earth, right? The radius of the Earth is 6,371 kilometers. The radius of the Moon is 1737.1. If we divide 220 by 60, we get 3.666666666667. If we divide the Earth and Moon radii, we get 3.667, followed by a bunch of other numbers. So, if the Moon were pressed right up against the Earth, such that we could draw an ellipsoid egg shape around them, the Great Pyramid of Giza would connect their middles almost perfectly. This time we would need 6/100ths of an extra cubit to make the ratio perfect, but come on, these were people living 4,700 years ago. Where being exact matters is in how this would imply 2 things that could be taken as controversial. One, that the Earth and Moon are linked by a golden ratio in this way, and 2, that concepts like these were understood well before the ancient Greeks, where credit for the golden ratio's discovery currently remains. Again, I have little stake in this. I just care about what Kubrick thought, so if he was at all aware of this, consider the following. 587 shots gives a middle shot of 294. So that could be 220 shots going from the center of the Earth to the place where Earth and Moon meet. Then another 60 shots to the heart of the Moon, so to speak. At which point we'd have another 13 shots. Victor's number. Before reaching the magic middle shot. Belonging to both sides could mean we have 2 fused 14s, and then going through all this in reverse. Shot 220 is Nick getting the call to receive the location of Somerton and the password, so up until this point it's been impossible for Bill to access Somerton, and 220 is where this changes. From 220 to 280, Bill does nothing but try to get into Somerton, including driving through Jericho, the city of the moon. And 280 is the last shot of the women being robed in their chaotic shifting, all disrobing in the last second. The middle 13, which may be symbolic of passing through the mind of whatever Victor represents on the arm of Psyche Isis in his gold domino mask, and where the former chaos of the ritual members takes on an unexpected, magical, and complex order. The middle shot, 294, is Aurora having selected Bill and walking him out into the hall order. So just as the temporal middle divides arc from clock, the shot number middle of the film divides clock from hall. There happens to be a figure in a Janus mask, obscured by a pillar behind them here, the two-faced Roman god of past and future, but we'll come back to him. Exiting the mind of Victor means 13 shots of Bill passing through the orgy, ending as he enters the final sex chamber, which does strongly resemble Ziegler's pool room. Also, there's a cool overlay in this moment where a woman in a red dress and sunburst mask is holding a second woman by the wrists to a table in the Sphinx position. For a split second, her arms sync up with the praying-style arms of the gold rainbow woman from the ritual. Careful inspection reveals the held-down woman to be Blue Heart, the first woman to ever be boomed away, while Gold Rainbow has transferred to the woman having sex in the final room, whose hair looks like Blue Heart's did when she was in the hall pattern. Is this where the rainbow ends? This is 7320, across from 8050, a number you might recall from Barry Lyndon, each one 3 minutes 45 seconds from the center of the temporal film. I should say, we will return to a much fuller picture of the whole orgy sequence later. I just thought it was worth covering this here. The doorway into the final room makes it look like the distant Nick Nightingale is off playing in that holiest of spaces. Since Nick's number is 14, perhaps we are meant to regard the middle shots as two fused 14s. And didn't we have a 1413, signifying the difference between the male gaze and the female gaze versions of the film? I can't help wondering if that's because of the desire Alice has for a Prince Charming, international man of mystery like Nick, and the fear Alice has that such men turn out to be more the Godfather type. She wants excitement, but does she want to be in the firm, so to speak? With a true Napoleon, sometimes leaving millions dead as they attempt to leave their mark upon the world. Recall, though, that Bill seems to be the man of the earth, and Alice the woman of the seas and sky, so maybe it's not Napoleon's or Da Vinci's mind we're passing through as much as Alice's own. But if this is another case of narcissistic self-love, we should notice that many of the icons seen during this phase have reference points all throughout Bill's journey, as though he never fully escapes the influence of Alice's mind. And now we're in danger of slipping into pure chaos, as Bill himself may come to seem like a figment of Alice's imagination. In which case, what does it matter if she exploits him, or Sky Dumont exploits her, or Victor exploits everybody? No matter how much the artist or the conquistador affects the dream life of their fellow angels, it is a dream life they share with those angels. So let's exit the heart of the mind and return to the heart of the moon, which means having Faux Domino and Aurora set upon him, with the threat of AIDS, perhaps, and a dreadful test that leads to Aurora's sacrifice. The last few shots of this section are Alice describing her sex nightmare, where she describes them as being naked in a deserted city, feeling their terror and shame. In the very first shot of the final journey back into the heart of the earth, Alice's dream shifts to the part where Bill leaves and she finds herself stretched out in a beautiful garden. Shot 367 ends in the same second as the opposite action cuts to Nick writing Fidelio in shot 221. So the two shots that would symbolize the passage from Earth to Moon encapsulate the writing of the thing that gets Bill into that secret world higher than his own. Is Fidelio what keeps the world egg fused together, despite his not knowing Ophelia? Returning to Islam, Bill passes a Volkswagen Golf with a license plate reading VRQ 878 at the midpoint of his journey, and the Hebrew V is synonymous with its B, so we do have a BQR jumble here, for one thing. But more significantly, BRQ is how you spell Buraq, the winged steed that Muhammad rode from earth to heaven and back in the famous story of his night journey. The Arabic name, Al-Isra wal-Maraj, means the night travel and the ladder. When Bill is knocked into the blue Mercedes-Benz by the homophobic Yale boys, the red car behind it has been identified as either a late 80s Mitsubishi Colt or Mirage. Two cars that are virtually identical. In fact, the Mirage has lately replaced the Colt entirely. To make my point, see if you can guess which is which here. Isra derives from the Arabic word Sara, and it seems that the Yale boys are why Bill gives in to Domino and Sally. This car first appears right at the beginning of Bill's night journey, right outside Los Horminos, and between that and this, his opposite self is seeing something of a mirage. Now notice the Cadillac Seville passing Bill outside this Mexican cafe. Seville is where Milich's 11th and 12th mannequins seem to be hailing from, in their flamenco garb. Those mannequins reflect Aurora and Bill, the 2410 duo, which suggests that this is what Bill's whole night journey is about, or at least a signature for why it happens at all. Bill is searching for the dawn. His journey ends when he finds her dead in Mount Sinai, the mountain of sun and moon. The car after the Mirage Colt and the Benz is a Chevy Caprice, the same model as the taxis that ferry him around town and countryside. Chevrolet meaning horseman, and Caprice meaning a whim or a sudden unexpected change of heart. Bill's changes in emotion during his journeys are neither whimsical nor capricious, nor even that easy for the naked eye to discern half the time. His masks may be obvious, but they conceal his true thinking fairly well. This doesn't look like the face of a man well at ease, but would you think he was 20 minutes out from seeing the corpse of someone he felt responsible for? An hour out from being stalked by a menacing figure? A day out from attending a secret masked orgy gala? You might say, well, but he's a doctor. And yeah, exactly. He's a doctor. His ability to mask this well speaks to his experience and the necessity for pretense and confidentiality in his work. This reminds me of another ingenious concept of Julie Kearns's.
Have you no sense of decency? Gentlemen, have you no sense of decency? Milich.
The word decency, she noticed, comes from the same root as doctor. So if Bill's true car, the deep green Land Rover, is meant to connect Bill to the green cloaked man in the Rainbow Room, we could have a little example here of the difference between Bill and the bushy black-haired man who is murdering Milich's sense of Christmas spirit here. Although he did give him something to unwrap. In fact, if this guy's meant to be Aurora, the other guy, in his blonde wig and green-pink-white covering, could only be Green Swirl. But maybe Pierrette is the true green swirl. Or perhaps we should call her Ophelia. While this, I can't believe it's not butter green swirl, would be all those figures who add up to 4210, including Bill. That could mean that there was a secret 9575 hiding in the Rainbow Room, while 4210 of that escapes, and 5365 gets locked in to await the police. For the record, 5365 seconds would take us to the moment that the Plague Doctor man leads Aurora away to her doom, while opposite Bill and Millich stand around a Dragonfly Tiffany lamp. Tiffany being a name one used to give to girls born on the Epiphany. Also, 5365 minus 30271 is 24906, a number containing all the masks who vanished during the arc clock transition. The thing Kubrick had the decency to hide from us. And by the way, the first historical reference to Plague Doctor masks comes from around the end of Shakespeare's day. The Rape of Lucrece was written entirely during a lockdown period in 1592.
Nothing happened to her after you left that party that hadn't happened to her before.
As he moves through the worlds of others' caprices, Bill keeps a pretty good game face. Anyway, actually there's another important thing named after Buraq, the Western Wall in Jerusalem, which happens to be 488 meters long. That was the launch point for Muhammad's night journey, hence the name. But yes, the Western Wall, or Buraq Wall, is that surviving fragment of the Second Jewish Temple, constructed to replace the destroyed Solomon's Temple, for which no archaeological fragment is yet discovered. But perhaps the proximity of the VRQ plate to Domino's would suggest that her home is indeed meant to resemble the First Temple's layout. Okay, so, if the Somerton ritual is a giant, wide-open eye of sorts, an eye belonging perhaps principally to Alice, his wife of 9 years. And that's what Bill's night journey is all about passing through. We should notice one more thing before we change lanes. Once he notices the sex worker outside nipped in the bud, it's a Chrysler Fifth Avenue parked across the street. Which is what Gail tells Bill he helped get out of her eye with his clean handkerchief.
You got something in your eye.
Just about half of Fifth Avenue.
Right.
The actual Fifth Avenue is what we see Bill crossing on his way to see the dead Lou Nathanson. So that's a Fifth Avenue reference to either side of his scene with Marion. Indeed, the same Fifth Avenue drives past Los Armiños in the scene right before Domino shows up. One theory about the Ermine in Da Vinci's painting is that it's a pun on the lady's name. She was Cecilia Gallerani, and the ancient Greek term for an ermine was Gala, the Greek for which even kind of looks like Yale. So I suspect our Swan Queen is meant to have an ermine friend, and this is who Bill helped to clear Fifth Avenue out of her eye. He also helps Amanda clear a
speedball or a snowball or whatever the hell they call it. You know, it's heroin and coke.
Out of her eye. Just so you know, there's a constellation of coke signs in the HIVillage, which best resemble Aquila. But the constellation also sort of resembles Lyra, the instrument Orpheus uses to distract his friends from those deadly sirens.
Nick, I need you a minute. Be right with you. Listen, I gotta go do something. What did she take?
Speedball or a snowball or whatever the hell they call it. You know, it's heroin and coke.
This is particularly amazing, as the Altair star from Aquila and the Vega star from Lyra have a Chinese mythology of their own. The 7th day of the 7th lunar month is China's version of Valentine's Day, called the Magpie Festival, usually landing in August.
Do you remember last summer at Cape Cod?
The myth involves an ordinary man who falls in love with a heavenly weaver fairy after being told about her by a talking cow, and who are separated when the gods put the Milky Way between them, only for a group of magpies to form a bridge so that they could meet again. The Emperor of Heaven was so moved by the sight he allowed them one night a year on the Magpie Bridge, symbolized by the star Deneb, which we've already seen to be part of that Cygnus constellation, which we saw to be the swan form taken by Zeus to impregnate Leda with little Helen of Troy. I don't want to get too far off topic, but these three stars are also what's known as the Summer Triangle, and I wonder if it might have been during this period that Alice first laid eyes on the naval officer at Cape Cod. Meanwhile, if Victor is in part responsible for the Magpie Bridge, we should notice that the name Milch comes from the same word, milch, that milk comes from. So if the star village is indeed symbolic of the starry sky at night, wouldn't it make sense that its version of Victor would be a milkman of sorts? A jealous sort of hypocrite who might capriciously change his mind within the day.
Well, things change. We have come to another arrangement.
Anyway, if Bill is like Hercules shooting away Aquila with a mother-daughter Sagitta arrow, we should recall that Amanda is a woman of diamonds and pearls, like Bill's mask at Somerton, a Psyche who hasn't made up her mind in the baby department. Bill got to his golden apples by finding Alice and birthing Helena, so he might see himself as an ideal figure to be clearing Amanda's eyes. See, it's not so bad to get knocked up against your knowledge, when the one knocking you up is a real Napoleon, who knows a real Da Vinci, who has some great blow.
Nick, I need you a minute. Be right with you.
But if Alice wants to revive her art career, or in lieu of that, a male child of her own, why can't she just say so? Why would a wealthy doctor's wife have to turn to the behavior of an Amanda Curran to get what she really wants? Perhaps in part because Bill would give Amanda advice he wouldn't give his own wife.
You're gonna need some rehab. You know that, don't you?
Perhaps because Bill is a hypocrite, with mirages in his own eyes. Behind this Fifth Avenue is a Daddy Dry Cleaners with a phone number taking us to 2937, which is directly across from 7474 seconds. The first second that this Coca-Cola sign is appearing from behind the newsstand. Aquila is less defeated than this son of Prometheus thought. This, as Bill retreats from the scary baby and toward the pregnant suicide, if that's what Ophelia is. Also, the Coke connection might again be etymological. It comes from words meaning the core of an apple or onion or a pit, which is one way of understanding the place where Aquila descended on Prometheus every day. The reason I keep emphasizing the hypocrisy angle, and the reason I point out the Fifth Avenue appearing right before Domino appears, and all the 7 7s and 7 4s, is because the song Alice is interrupting here is Oscar Peterson's I Got It Bad and That Ain't Good, which contains the lyric, "The good book says, go seek and ye shall find." This is a reference to the book of Matthew. Right before this reference, we are warned not to throw our pearls before swine, and not to be hypocrites by criticizing the speck that is lodged in the eyes of our brothers before removing the beam stuck in our own eyes. It sounds like we're talking about a beam of light, but the Greek word is dokos, meaning a log of timber that might hold up a roof. Amazingly, stemming from the same root as doctor and decency. That root, dec, means to accept, something we associate with the final stage of grief. But Alice is annoyed that Bill likes to play at being one who accepts any kind of behavior.
But you're not the jealous type, are you?
No, I'm not.
But is he really not? Kubrick seems to have been, but in the best possible way, using his jealousy of other great works to inform his own style. What Bill is one who removes specks from the eyes of Gale's and Amanda's, and who may have even taken the aurora out of Alice's eye. Good and non-judgmental doctor that he is. But did he remove the dokos, the acceptance, or maybe we should say the fake acceptance, from his own eye? Did he judge Alice's desire to be seduced by a younger man before observing his own desire to be with younger women? Did he hate Alice for what sexually transmitted infections she might have brought into their union before realizing that he almost did much worse? Was he appalled at the thought of raising another man's child before realizing he could follow his friend Victor's example?
Would you like to come inside with me?
Come inside with you.
Yeah.
Now, before we judge Bill too harshly, the other thing Aquila is known for is stealing off a young boy, known to be the most attractive in the land, named Ganymede, to serve as cupbearer to the gods. He does this at the command of Zeus, though there is a version where it's Eos commanding the kidnapping, thanks to her love of younger men. In the Zeus case, the relationship was considered a model of the Greek custom of pederasty, allowing for romance to occur between adult males and adolescent males. When Ganymede ascended to his position as cupbearer, he was replacing Hercules' goddess wife, Hebe. And it just so happens that a painting of Hebe is going by in the final shot of Nick being whisked blindly away to his ultimate fate. Ganymede was later honored by Zeus when he immortalized him as the constellation Aquarius, seen in the star village by the layout of the 15 phone numbers seen there. Deucalion, Greek myth's answer to Noah, is also considered symbolic of Aquarius. Remember, Deucalion is the son of Prometheus.
I can't thank you enough for this. You saved my ass.
No, I'm glad I was here.
So I don't think the takeaway is that Bill and Victor have a sexual history prior to this, but this confusion of cross associations creates the feeling that Bill might know what it's like to be somebody's Ganymede. Part of his horror over Alice's story may be something like a PTSD reaction. Realizing she has in her what a past abuser did to him.
On a very windy day.
You got something in your eye.
Just about half of Fifth Avenue.
Right.
Can he ever love, really love, this woman again? Sure, none of us ever really know absolutely everything about the people we feel we love, but some revelations are more shocking than others. Wanting to sleep with your own child? That's a deal breaker. Except when it isn't. Now, if you think this ends with the Harfords accepting their inner pederasts, my condolences. Part of Alice's dream world involves her Eos character dying.
She died this afternoon.
Yes, at 3:45 p.m. I'm sorry.
These numbers constitute the smallest possible golden right-angle triangle, expressible by whole numbers. If you want to build the world's tiniest golden pyramid, give it Amanda's death time. If Amanda is a god, whether she's Isis or Asherah or Aurora, then that's what's dying here. If Bill sees her as a part of Alice, then the Alice he's returning to at Story's End is someone who has lost a part of herself. He can now experience a real grief and achieve real acceptance. And the implication of 345 would seem to be that the golden ratio, or to think of it another way, our ability to detect the scientific patterns of the natural world, is why she died. This isn't my favorite golden math murder fact, but next we need to deal with the film's interest in hereditary lines. There's 4 scenes in the film that run over 10 minutes, and these are the orgy house party, Victor's party, the Bill and Alice argument, and the pool room sequence. The 18th dynasty of Egypt, from which King Tut briefly ruled, is said to represent the peak of Egyptian influence over the world. Tut died at the tender age of 19 in 1323 BCE for reasons unknown, leaving no offspring, thus ending a line of direct descent that lasted, no joke, at least 237 years, stretching back to at least the 1560s. So I've wondered if the pool room refers to the year after Tut's death. If Bill is living in Tut's tomb, and is therefore some expression of Tut's life, the pool sequence, reflecting the world that came after Tut, would be apt, since Victor is ultimately trying to make Bill comfortable with the inevitability of the grave.
Listen, Bill. Nobody killed anybody. Someone died. It happens all the time. But life goes on. It always does. Until it doesn't. But you know that, don't you?
The year 1426 BCE, on the other hand, would refer to the middle of 3 years where a father-son team of pharaohs ruled Egypt. The elder, called the Napoleon of Egypt, was in his second last of 54 years as the most powerful ruler of the most powerful empire of his millennium. It seems he was having the opposite of Tut's problem, unable to release his grip on power even after the reins had been handed down. So, remembering the 715 business and the tree fingers angle, Alice may yet realize that Bill's seed, if she can convince him to have unprotected sex, would still have a shot of sperm-blocking Victor's, thus erasing the Virgin Mary problem.
And you know, there is something very important that we need to do as soon as possible.
If she's sensed Bill's resistance to having another child, or if they've agreed not to have another, she needs to bring down those defenses and put Bill in a position where he either feels like he owes it to her or that he wants it for himself. This may make Alice seem nefarious, but really, how many of us always say exactly what we want, perfectly understand why we want what we want, and accept it unemotionally when we're denied? If Bill thinks his own Prince Charming status depends on simply never bringing in a male child that could compete with his position, Alice needs to deprive him of that self-image by replacing it with something else. Bill is not the top man in New York, and he's not the Napoleon of his era. He's not a man without a beam or two in his own eye, and he should be happy knowing that life moves on, that others will follow, and that their stories may pull things in directions he would find fearful. Regardless of how powerful Bill ever becomes, he probably won't outperform the Napoleon of Egypt. And even his direct line ended a mere 102 years later. That said, it should be noted that the name of Bill's character in the source novel is Friedrich, an old High German name deriving from Friedrich, meaning peaceful ruler. So we should bear in mind that author Arthur Schnitzler may have been trying to give a dissection of what sort of qualities make the ideal leader in Bill. Someone who can be confronted with a powerful psychological chaos, from a jealous loved one no less, and come out the other side realizing his own faults in the parts he played.
Wasn't Nick's fault. It was mine.
Whatever degree to which Bill's experience was a construction, whatever degree to which he was being manipulated. Unless we give in to a totally deterministic viewpoint, we have to admit, as he seems to admit, that he made the choices he made, felt the desires he felt, and said the things he said. So if I'm right that these time codes are meant to make us think of Tut, it may be worth noticing that the period they encircle contains the 17-year rule of Tut's father, Akhenaten. Actually, before that, let's get the other two lengthy scenes out of the way, Victor's two parties, which would denote the era of the 13th dynasty of Egypt, and we're very unsure of who exactly would have ruled during which decade, but our best guess for 1755 is Kenjer, who is thought to be the first Semitic ruler ever to become pharaoh, since his name was once written HZR, the Hebrew word for swine, as in, don't throw your pearls before swine, like Mr. Swine, who shows up during that same 1755 of Lolita.
Hello, Mr. Swine. Hello, Mr. Cruelty. Good evening, ma'am.
A few rulers are associated with 1707, but I find I-1 particularly interesting, as I-2 was King Tut's granduncle, who assumed power thanks to Tut's youthful death. This would associate an I to each lengthy sequence to clearly feature Victor.
And I remembered seeing you with that prick piano player, Nick, whatever the fuck his name was, at my party. And it didn't take much to figure out the rest.
I, the second's brother, was Akhenaten, sometimes called a revolutionary, a heretic, and the first individual in history, because he declared in the 9th year of his reign, after 1756 years of polytheism, that all that was going to change. Now, only Aten, the sun god, was to be worshipped. It's believed that the Semites took note of this, resulting in what we now know happened to Asherah and Astarte. But Akhenaten's revolution was undone by his own son right after his death, when Tut changed his name from Tutankhaten to Tutankhamen upon assuming power. Though it should be noted that Tut allowed the Aten cultists to keep doing their thing. If he had, say, violently suppressed them, perhaps the Jews would have taken a little longer to make their changes. Who knows? I hope you're starting to see now why the question of Bill's parentage is not an idle one, and why the death of Lou Nathanson might mean more than we realize. Actually, Freud argued that Moses was not only real, but an Atenist priest who is forced to flee Egypt as a result of Akhenaten's death. One interesting thing about that theory is that Horus's god of the sky status led to the concept that the sun and the moon were his right and left eyes, respectively. Moses received the 10 Commandments atop a mountain associated to the sun and the moon, so perhaps Moses performs a similar role for Jews as what Oedipus was for Greeks coming out of Egypt, a transitionary figure, symbolizing the progress of knowledge and time. On that note, let's reintroduce a concept we touched on near the start, that language could be the heart of this particular glass artichoke. Languages don't have to have an alphabet, but most do. So perhaps we could be poetic and consider how binary modes of communication can express ideas complex as any fuller alphabet. We've seen a lot of 10s so far, though we have seen a few significant 11s. When Bill rips the Ben Franklin in half, it's like he's ripping a 4 in half. And isn't that the number of sons Nick Nightingale has?
I've got a wife and 4 boys in Seattle.
It's also the difference between Bill's Somerton code and Aurora's. While the difference between Bill and the Pharaoh is 1011, the 11th binary number. Quite like how his license plate and the Somerton plate add to that times 10, the 22nd number, equivalent to the 8th, 6th, and 5th women. Third Eye was binary until the Hall order, her 1010, reminding of how Rainbow Fashion started out with the address 10 Miller until it was daytime, and it became 1010, the 10th binary number. In fact, there was another 1010 buried in that newspaper with Amanda's OD notice, which he carried inside Sharky's. You might also recall how the entire time charted by the 155 Somerton clock is 1110 seconds, the 14th number. Actually, though, we start to fade to Somerton a second earlier, so though we can't make out the clock until the following second, you could almost say that we spend 1111 seconds there, the 15th number. That's the difference between a Nick and a Victor, isn't it? This Mount Sinai happens to be located at 1010th Street. Those are the 8th and 2nd numbers. Tom Cruise's name is the second shot in the film, while his character first appears in the 8th shot. So it might be that as Bill enters Mount Sinai and as Amanda rolls out of the number 10 drawer, he's really confronting the reality of his own mortality. I'm reminded of George Carlin's bit about how the 10 Commandments can be boiled down to don't be unfaithful and don't murder. Reminds of our 2 passwords, doesn't it? But if Mount Sinai is a place of the sun and the moon, we have our Aurora here. Where's our Nyx? We saw earlier that Nick is associated to the number 3, right? Well, the 3rd binary number is 11, isn't it? That would put our sun and moon right next to each other, right across from these Christmas-colored cloaks. So I guess Bill was so distracted by the dying of the dawn here, he didn't think to further the investigation. On the opposite side of the film, he's becoming equally distracted by the dying of his relationship, and the conversation veers toward the binary.
Because I'm a beautiful woman, the only reason any man ever wants to talk to me is because he wants to fuck me? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't think it's quite that black and white.
Ending with opposite Bill hearing Amanda's death time, while opposite Alice's arm makes a sort of domino mask out of his reaction face. And wasn't Domino also associated to 3s? We'll come back to our murder investigation in a bit, but let me just say that Bill's black and white line is shot 82, as his opposite self is passing through 1010th Street with a black nurse. 0 and 1, black and white, 8 and 2. This brings me back to the sun and moon eyes of Horus, since mathematicians pondering over what they consider to be Egypt's binary system for measuring fractions of grains and flowers believe that the Eye of Horus symbol is a mashup of the first 6 divisions. What's more, it's been noted that these 6 shapes may have doubled in meaning as symbolic of the 5 senses, with thought itself throwing a roof overhead. Another name for the Eye of Horus was the Eye of the Mind. So would it be purest coincidence that it happens to resemble the corpus callosum, thalamus, hypothalamus, and medulla parts of the brain, reminding of the creation of Adam, and seeming to plant the binary motif and its propensity for expansion right at the physical core of our thinking? The Eye of Horus predates the Great Pyramid by at least 100 years and was discovered among the artifacts in King Tut's tomb. So there's at least a couple reasons for us to think upon these things. After all, the pharaoh, who is Horus, was the second mask dismissed in the Ark, while the second mask in Milich's lineup is a clown with a flaming sun mask. Although I should probably note this Southern Belle mannequin, originally in the 1st spot, swaps places with the Sultan in the 7th spot before becoming 2nd the next day. 2, 7, 1. Like a certain hotel connected to a golden fleece, and like a certain not-so-golden pyramid. And on that note, let me quickly cover something really breathtaking. Remember how the masks can split into the 4210s and the 21851? So far as I know, that's the closest thing to a binary among the ritual figures, and so I wondered what would be generated by looking up what rank number is expressed by these orders. Turns out, not super interesting numbers. But when we read them backwards, like so, we find that they rank as the 2414th and the 1681st binary numbers. That's the silver ratio, and a pretty close jumble of the golden ratio. Maybe it's somehow a giant, crazy cosmic coincidence that the women should happen to spell those out in this way, but I doubt it. In fact, notice that the first option can be broken into Bill's ripped 100, the number we get from adding Omega, Gold Rainbow, and Isis, and the length of the Somerton experience, aka the 4th, 22nd, and 14th binary numbers, which are themselves a jumble of the silver ratio. You may have noticed that above those double falcons is something very like a papal tiara, that thing we find on the coat of arms of the Catholic Church, right above a gold and silver key, which are bound by a twisted red cord. The symbol of the crossed keys came into use when Pope Gregory IX waged war against Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II. Maximilian I was the son of Holy Roman Emperor Frederick III, although technically second and third are not blood-related. Also, you may want to see the Red Cloak's throne as instead resembling the Habsburgs' coat of arms for the Order of the Golden Fleece, and, fair enough. But the keys from the church's coat are in reference to Matthew 16:19, where Peter has just been given his new name, and is then entrusted with the keys to heaven, the gold key signifying heaven, the silver key signifying earth.
You're looking for Peter Groening.
We've been thinking a lot about Peters, haven't we? Like Oscar Peterson, who connected us to Matthew 7:7. We've also been thinking about those mother-daughter stars, which some of you will recall have an innate relationship to the gold and silver ratios themselves. That's another level of binary splitting the eye of the Cyclops, elevating the monochrome into black and white. So we might feel pretty clever for realizing the binary nature of things, the spectrums between those binaries, and the constellation recognitions that can help us cope with the dark heart of chaos. But Akhenaten's radical insight was actually to point the other way, to break with a millennium of tradition and say, what if this chaos isn't as disparate as it seems? What if everything comes from a oneness? And the source of this oneness is that hot open eye that comes and goes from high noon. Try to imagine what it would have been like to be a commoner in that era, going your whole life thinking, not only are there gods, but I can go meet the one who rules over me, pay them taxes, get roughed up by their army, and so forth. And then for all that to just go away. Intentional or not, this was, it seems to me, a massive push away from those rich, entertaining, dramatic mythologies and toward confronting and understanding the natural world, as well as an affront to ancient hierarchies. It might seem counterintuitive, but by focusing all our religious attention on the sun, Akhenaten may have been trying to make space for people to think about things as they really are. Now, I did promise some tits to go with these tits, and while the movie is all about them tits and the delicious milk they provide, my titular tit is of a slightly different lactose percentile. Who is Stefan Dobrik? Dobrik is not a name the internet appears to remember. There are some Obriches, but not even any Dobriches. That is, until we drop the apostrophe and add the lost H sound to the end to make Dobrich, which is the name of a seaside province in Bulgaria, named for the 14th century despot Dobrotitsa, not far from where Ovid ended up. One of Dobrotitsa's big achievements in life was in repelling the naval attacks of Count Amadeus VI of Savoy. The backstory is interesting, but basically Dobrotitsa had built up the New York of Bulgaria, a town called Varna, such that Count Amadeus couldn't successfully capture the region. He had succeeded in capturing a couple towns down the coast, and so ultimately got what he was after, the release of a captive friend of his. But Dobrotitsa's navy was superior to Amadeus's overall invasion. Apparently, Kubrick thought a benign despot would be the best form of ruler, which is just how Dobrotitsa branded himself. If the appearance on Nick's poster is meant to confer a similar sense of respect, this might explain why a man who could be Kubrick's brother is sitting in the audience, staring on admiringly. As is Bill, as may very well be the bald stalker. In fact, when we get our low-angle view of Nick and his casually splayed legs, it seems to be from this bald man's perspective. Maybe when you're as smooth an operator as Dobrotitsa, you can make two men who might inspire fear in one another feel only love and admiration by your limelight. Now check this. This Tut and this Tit were exactly opposite one another in real history. Dobrotitsa's reign was from 1347 to 1386 CE. We don't know when he was born, but he was a soldier in the mid-1340s, so he was probably born in the 1320s or even the 10s. This would mean that his life would mirror over the entire rules of King Tut, his father Akhenaten, and his grandfather Amenhotep III, whose rule is thought to have begun in 1386 BCE. This might seem sort of arbitrary if you've lived your whole life in our common way of telling time and counting years, but ours is one of many, really. And what all these histories say is there was a navel of history, a time before and a time after something really important happened, even if it's simply to say, hey, this is the furthest thing back we remember. When Humbersaurus asks Alice if she knows The Art of Love by Ovid, he's referencing a book from the year 2 CE, a book right at the hinge between epics, almost as big as epics get. But to Ovid, it was just boring old 755, and he would have thought of anything over 755 years old as being really old, older than the founding of Rome. Ovid was born in his year of 711. Which would have been opposite his year zero from what we would now call 1464 BCE, when the Napoleon of Egypt was a strapping young 15-year-old, still 6 years away from his first campaigns. And who should show up in the second shot past the middle of the movie but that officer of all navals, Christopher Columbus. Born in Genoa, Italy, 1451 CE, here he's stealing away Bill's Dawn.
Nothing happened to her after you left that party that hadn't happened to her before.
Americans never officially reset their clocks to honor this riveting of history, but I suspect it's never far from mind. Perhaps this is why we see the number 1492 outside Mount Sinai. But yes, year zero, so to speak, makes a giant mirror of history and herstory, allowing us to gauge how far we've come since that really important thing happened, even if that thing was just the writing of a sex manual for the sophisticated Roman on your holiday shopping list. And would you look at that, we're out of time. Oh no, I'm doing a thing again. Two halves that need to rejoin to form a whole. Also, YouTube doesn't allow you to upload videos longer than 12 hours. I thought it best to split this beast into two such imperfect twins. And just in case I don't live long enough to get the other half done, I hope you realize that what we've been talking about is the meaning of life. Which is to say,